Hello, ladies and gentlemen, how's it going? This is Dan here. Guys, welcome back to another live stream. Today is Thursday, July the 9th, 2020, and guys, we are jumping back into Night Call. If you guys were here yesterday, we tackled the very first case on the file. For those that don't know or just joining us for this series, essentially the idea is we are a cabbie who was attempted to be murdered by a serial killer, and basically use our means of getting people to talk, our very persuasiveness, our, I guess cabbies are very trustworthy. They listen. They're people who listen. A lot of people confide in cabbies, just like bartenders, you know what I'm saying? Same kind of thing, except this time we got to use it to solve a crime. Now, the first one we've already tackled. I don't know how they're going to set up the other ones, though. This is going to be interesting. Is our cabbie, like, are they just scenarios? Like, okay, now that we're tackling the second case, did the first one even happen, or is it a continuation off the first one? And did this killer try to kill our cabbie friend? We don't know. So we're gonna have to see how that goes. Now, as the cases go on, the first one is the easiest. It's pretty much who you suspect. It's right off the bat. And as the cases go through, they get more complicated. The motives get tougher to figure out. The links are tougher to figure out. But like in this next one, for example, I believe it states that the links, or sorry, that the motives don't seem clear in this next case. So we don't understand why they would do it. So that way it can kind of leave it open to any one of these people. Like, we have no idea who it could be. It could be any of these people killing them. So, and that last one, the third one, which we will be tackling tomorrow, will basically determine, like, hey, which of these, these killers, or sorry, the victims rather, are connected in some manner, but it's very difficult to figure out. So as you can see, that's going to be par for the course. Obviously, we're going to figure as much out as we can. I learned from my first case, though, not to necessarily take people that you think are going to be helpful, but honestly, stop more at gas stations. Talk to the gas station attendants. They have information, whereas your fares don't always have information. So you gotta look at it that way. So, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're ready to rock and roll with this next case. If you are, be sure to leave a like. It helps out immensely. However, before we get officially started, guys, I'm going to quickly go through my chat here and say hello to everyone, and we will start off hopefully with a bang. So let's get going. What's up, Grant? Hey, Abdul, Thomas, Toast, what's up? Hey, Gareth. Hey, Tyler. Hey, Freedom. Risha, what's up? Hey, Danielle. Matthew, what's up? What's up, Carlos? What's up, Tam? How you doing? Hey, Gwenlock, welcome. Yeah, I know I'm late. I'm sorry. There was a I looked at like the time when I left like my girlfriend's place, and it was like 30 minutes before I'm supposed to start. I'm supposed to leave 45 minutes, and yeah, I'm sorry. I just got super delayed. My apologies. What's up, Brad? All right, so in order to do this, you don't start a new game. It'll pick up from the judge. We don't want that. We actually have to start a new game each time, which is a different scenario. So we're gonna tackle this one. It's probably gonna be a little different. I don't really know how, but it's gonna be different. What's up, Swear? Angel of Death. So as you can see, random victims, unknown motive, weird case, slightly more difficult than the others. So it's a little more difficult. Slightly more difficult than the others. What about this one? The victims may feel random at first, but there is a connection, yet the motives might be hard to find. Dark and twisted case. Honestly, maybe this one's supposed to be the hardest. But we're doing it in order. Sequential order. It's funny, it shows the bullet casing. Remember that image? It shows the bullet casing, and we're like, very specific. Anyway, so, the Angel of Death. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Which difficulty? We're doing the single coffee ring or the 2 coffee ring as opposed to the 3 coffee ring, because the way Night Call was designed to be played. All right, relax. Let's do it. Everyone's like, damn, we really don't give a shit. Those are just weird people. I have not played Ark, no. I'm moving that. I don't trust me to not spill coffee. What's up, Kay? Yeah, no, I hate being late. I'm sorry. I always say this. You can expect me in 30 minutes. So whenever I say, expect me within 30 minutes of that time frame. Okay, so if I say 8 a.m. Pacific, expect me anywhere from 8 to 8:30. If I said 8:15, like I said today, expect me 8:15 to 8:45. I will do my best not to go that high, but sometimes it happens. think I got a smudge on my glasses. I do. I thought I could see it. I think it's the same scenario each time. So it's not really the same scenario, guys. It's the same concept. Like this killer we don't know. This killer we don't know is trying to take us out each time, but we're trying. It's different. Like the killer's gonna be different. The victims are gonna be different. It's a different case. I don't know if there's gonna be the same people though. You know what I mean? I don't know if we're gonna be taking the same folks. I'm gonna look at it, and maybe if I open the start, it might be different. Like the same fares. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's how they get away with it. Anyway, doctor, we've already read all this here. Sir, can you hear me? Or do I need to speak? Yeah, we've already done this. We've literally done this, so I'm in the first video, so I'm going to kind of skip through it as fast as I can. You're fine. She was in a coma, excuse me. That's kind of dumb that it's exactly the same. Victim of assault. Victim. Serial killer is currently on the loose. So yeah, it just changes it changes how you got knocked, like, changes who did it and their MO, essentially. Catch the angel. There you go. It's a little different. No. What about the cops? Let's change that up. Police would like to see you as soon as possible. Technically, the only person who survived the angel of death. Alright. You need to rest. Word. No donut, I didn't. Ghost Recon Breakpoint was a terrible game, and I couldn't continue it any further. I did make that announcement around that time. What's up, Epic? Yeah, this is the exact same thing. So that's what they mean. It's like, which scenario do you want? Which one do you want? It's the same story overall. So it's not like Homeboy is enveloped in like 3 cases back to back to back. It's one. It's like, which killer do you want to be on the loose? There's just different challenges. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Saeed? Night number 1. There's 6 nights total, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to pick up some people that we didn't pick up. I think. Got a bit of a problem. Real problem. Pounding head eye. Yeah, see, we've already talked to this guy. That's kind of lame that it's exactly the same. I thought it would be... Sorry. I'm gonna skip it to the point where... Yeah, see, we've already let him go on. Just a minute. No, I'm fine. Don't bother. Makes me feel better. Alright, fine. He wants me to do the tutorial. No problem. Skip the tutorial. We already had this conversation, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I'm skipping it. What's up, James? What's the matter?
I don't think you're ready to get out there.
He doesn't know who I am. Alright, get back to work. So the upside, count on me. It's a problem. Alright. What I'm going to try and do is pick up different people. Okay? I'm going to try and pick up like a few different people that I didn't pick up. So if I do this. See this? It did save all these names. You see what I'm saying? So you can continue to replay it each time. But I'm going to pick up different people as many times as possible. You see what I'm saying? So Fragonard, are we going to be picking... Is he going to be here somewhere? You see what I'm saying? Taught you what a billabong is. So So that's cool that they let you read... Like, your Passadex stays throughout each investigation. And you can take that opportunity to pick up different people each time. So, we've already picked him up. We've never picked him up. Or her. She's hilarious as hell. Never picked him up. Or him. There's a few people we haven't picked up. We haven't picked this guy up. He's right here, so let's go grab him. Let's go grab him, boys. Alright. Palais Royal, please. It's only an 18.5 euro fare, but it's a short distance. Stop in front of La Pierre, a famous Michelin-starred restaurant. Your 2 next passengers are extremely well dressed, expensively so. Oh, look at that. Look at her. She's just like, you know. Man gives you an address and turns with a side toward the woman. You start driving as they converse in the back, conversation filled with moments of silence. That's what I think you should do Jean-Luc's collection. Jean-Luc only wants me to do his collection to annoy you. And it's not working. I couldn't care less about Jean-Luc. He is utterly uninteresting. Respect to that. What matters is that he asks you to do his collection. Could be your big break. That is a supportive husband, bro. I'm just saying. They speak in cordial tones, but you can hear other notes hiding behind the words. I don't believe I need to point out what my big break might be. Jean-Luc won't last long, and I would just as soon not be on his team when they show him the door. You and I both know exactly how this works. A house like Jean-Luc's will never promote someone who comes from a beheaded team. True enough. Therefore, I'm not going to work with Jean-Luc. She clenches her jaw, giving her face a harsh, intransigent look for a second. As you wish. He doesn't budge like he's made of stone. Yes, thank you. Silence. They look in opposite directions. Suddenly, the woman leans over to you. Could you please turn the heat up? I'm freezing. Turn the heat up. A warm breeze floats through the car. Silence fills the cab. The two passengers ignore each other for a while longer. Mark? His answer is barely audible mumble. Yes? I think we should call it quits. Whoa! Damn, they breaking up in the cab, bro. What? Slowly turns toward her. I was thinking the same thing. Tired of trying so hard and even more tired of seeing you try so hard. You deserve better. He shrugs. You deserve better too. I've been out of sorts lately, stress filled with negative vibes. I barely recognize you. You're trying not to invade their privacy, but you can't believe your ears. The collection is finished. Let's take a few days to empty our place. I don't want anything. The artwork's yours. Yes, but if you don't hold on to them, he nods, and you wonder who these people in the backseat are. Only makes you feel better. It makes only the slightest face. You've seen breakups in your cab before, but they usually come with a fair share of crying and screaming. I don't know, I like the art, but it was also a gift from your parents. I don't think they'd like it if you kept them. I think they'd like it if you kept them, excuse me. Perhaps. You swallow silently. The woman gives you a strange look that brings your attention back to her partner. We'll also have to figure out what to do with our chalet in Courchevel. We could keep it and rent it during ski season. Good idea. Silence once again. You feel like you're watching the World Championships of good manners. I'll call the lawyer tomorrow if that's okay with you. Yes, that's an excellent idea. It's like each sentence is from a different discussion between different people, like actors reading through a new scene. I can ask Florence to handle my affairs. No, things are fine as they are. Florence is a lovely person, but I think it's better if we manage this on our own. She adores you too. Silence's back, calm, muted. Taxi feels like a library or a monastery. I think it'd be better if I slept elsewhere tonight. Come on, Mark. There are the guest rooms. I know. He leans over to you. His voice is distant and cold. There's a hotel on our street right on the corner. If you could stop there. Mark, it's really not a problem. The beds aren't made. Plus, it'll be easier for everyone. They look at each other. Whatever you want. It doesn't bother me, you know. Fine, let's do that then. A rather brutal pause ensues. You can come get your things now if you want. It's no bother. He shakes his hand. Don't worry about me. More silence. You keep driving and say nothing. When you turn onto their street, you immediately see the hotel they're talking about. Luxurious is an understatement. Small, discreet, but luxurious nonetheless. You pull over. I'll call you tomorrow around 10 so I don't bother you. She smiles calmly. You won't bother me. Come by whenever you want. I'll call beforehand. Understood. He slips away without another word. You watch him as he climbs the steps of the hotel. He has a dignified air and has slipped one hand into his pants pocket. You start driving, only to pull over 50 meters further up. Their building is just as luxurious as the hotel. The lobby is amply lit with a huge chandelier. Even the sidewalk in front seems to glow more brightly than the rest of the street. Yet they cabin it. You pass your pays her fare, her mind elsewhere. She lays her hand on the door handle and freezes. I'm terribly sorry we're forced to listen to our fight. Fight. That must have been frightful. We really have to learn to keep our act together in front of the children. She grants you the tiniest of smiles and gets out without saying a word. You watch she enters her building lobby. For a brief moment, she stops, shivers, and keeps going. Sit in silence for a minute and start driving again. So they got a divorce all the while they were in my cab. And it was the most civil divorce I've ever seen. So, anyway. What did I miss? What's the game about? Well, justice. Essentially, a cabbie who is assaulted, left for dead, ends up surviving. And we... Oh, man, this guy again? Dude, don't tell me. Oh, man, I'm getting kind of choked. Is it... Herman is gonna be our victim. Or not our victim. I've got to go pick him up. Or not, is it, what's his name again? Hermé? I can't remember his name anymore. I didn't realize it was exactly the same. Hervé. So if it outlines in yellow like that, it means he's a suspect. Well, that's a pain in the ass. Homeless man like hundreds of others. I'll try and get other conversations at least. Ask you to drive a favor. He usually greets you quietly, though he always seems a little on edge. Anyway, sorry. The game is about, excuse me. The game is about, like, you get attempted murder. You were nearly killed by a serial killer, and it's up to you to kind of pick up passengers and find out information about who this person might be. And you might actually get that person in your cab at one point, and you got to dissect and say the right things and do the right things. Some of the fares you get are simply for entertainment value, and they don't have any correlation to the story or to who the killer might be. That's the one thing I wish there was more investigations, but there isn't as many as you'd think. And judging, since I've already played this yesterday, basically they're the same story with different killer scenarios. So essentially the killer was a different person in the last one, but it's the same story. I wake up in a hospital. I probably get pulled aside by an officer again. Whatever her name is, Bousset. Bousset will pick me up and whatever threaten me. I have to do this or else blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, the clues are different, and I got to ask different questions, and I can't assume. So we'll see, but, you know, we'll see what happens. Anyway, as usual, he greets you quietly, though he always seems a little on edge. This guy was one of our suspects in the last one, but he was not the killer because it didn't make sense. Hey buddy, what's up, pup? He says the same thing. See, that's kind of frustrating that it's the same stuff. Exact same. Verbal tick you've never really understood. You start the cab. You look in the rearview mirror and realize the homeless man is clenching his left side. Alright, already, Freddy. Is everything alright? Gives you a vague answer. Yeah, sure, fine. A pause. He can't help making a face. Insist. You're really not looking great. Don't worry, don't worry. I got in a little fight last night with this guy. That's all taken care of now. I'll take care of. See, he didn't say this before. He smiles, revealing a row of bad teeth. What kind of fight? Wait, if he changes the subject. Bah, who gives a shit about what kind of fight it was? All I need to know is he took something that belonged to me and he paid the price. Closed his eyes a moment. So yeah, he wasn't all that bad. But if you let someone steal your stuff, you're done for, sure? You have to show him you're tough, that you're a big shot. He pulls a sour smile. Sometime later, your passenger clears his throat. You wouldn't happen to have a little something to drink, would you? So yeah, he's saying different things now. You know, like they do in those newfangled cabs these days? Chauffeur-driven cars, what, limos? Yeah, that's right. I don't have anything, sorry. He nods. I don't mean water, you know. I know. I figured. Realize that. Ah. He sighs. Usually you're not such a pain. I'm worried. Stop short. Yeah, I know, man. Sorry. He gives you a black look. Questions, you know, I've got those morning, noon, and night. I'm sick and tired of him. Losing himself in thought. As you drive along, you see him struggling to keep his eyes open. They are more often shut than open now. Turn up the heat, why not? Really good guy, you know? Josh gives you a sleepy smile. Hey. Seriously, if you don't mind. Seriously, you don't mind if I get a little shut-eye on the way, do you? You nod. Enjoy. Gives you a smile, but it's a painful grimace. Next thing you know, you sound asleep. Continue to drive in silence, soothed by the warm air of the car heater. You pull up in front of a nondescript gray building. Your passenger immediately wakes up and looks around. Shit, this is great. I'm first. Where are we? An organization that hands out clothes for the winter. I heard they were going to open a new... Pause, you search for the right word. A new shop, you could say. And I'm the first one, huh? When does it open? 2 days from now. Your eyes widen. Your passenger gives a little laugh. Don't worry, I have plenty to keep me busy. He passes his pants pocket. I found some books. One on yoga, and then a book by that old handsome dude. You know the guy who talks on the radio? He'll help pass the time. He gives you a tap on the shoulder. He reaches for the door and stops short, overcome with a spasm of pain. Fuck. Are you okay? Yeah, don't worry. I wonder if I should. I'm taking you to the hospital. No, I'm good. Signs gingerly out. And thanks for turning up the heat. That was nice. Why does he repeat words? It's weird. Next thing you know, he's disappeared down Dark Side Street. He's trying to start the cab. See, that was a different conversation, though. The last time we talked to him, we didn't actually get to speak to him on day one. I don't know if you guys remember that in the last one. Oh, woman gets in the back seat. So you get to take one person, and then it starts the story. We know who's in the back seat. Have a good night. For a second, you freeze. Recognize one of the cops working on the Angel of Death's case. She grins at you. Her voice creaks. You remember seeing her at the hospital. Something already bothered you about her there. You know, it's actually pretty crazy. For weeks, I've been saying to myself, there's something off about you. Something not so nice. I dug around, mulled it over, bugged all my fellow cops about it, because I was sure you lied to us. They wouldn't say that, my fellow cops. I've noticed people who say, like, cops are not so much the police themselves. They probably would have said my fellow officers, or my fellow boys in blue, or my fellow badge, whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway, because I was sure you lied to us. Let her keep going. Yeah, let her keep going. This is a cold sneer. I'm going to be frank. She leans over. I don't see how you can be the Angel of Death. Well, no shit, Sherlock. All that staging just doesn't seem like your thing. Too meticulous for a taxi driver. Squints like she's trying to make you out from afar. Like you've gone to the extent of hurting yourself. Yeah, between us, it's a bit of a stretch. What's up, Jared? She stares at you. But not enough of a stretch for my chief to stop going on and on about you. Seriously, he talks about you all the time. If I didn't know better, I'd think he had a crush on you. She smirks, thinking she's so funny. No, I think he's more interested in your profile in prison 17. Nice chill pills you got. And for murder, too. You open your mouth, but nothing comes out. Since you got out, you kept a low profile, but you're lying about your name and your address. I checked. It's normal, you'd say. If they get word of your time served, no loan for your permit, no lease for your car, meaning no second chance at life. Her voice becomes softer, almost warm. I personally like guys who want a second chance. No, I like guys who fight for a second chance. Basically, I like guys who are willing to work for me. Leans forward, her shining cat-like eyes narrowing. My chief wants to go to the prosecutor with the first and last name of evidence. Actually, knowing him, he's not so hot on evidence. So I'll give you info, victims, suspects, medical reports, some photos that are a bit... makes a gagging noise. You have to be discreet. Keep it between you and me. Interrogate, ask questions, dig around. Say nothing. I'm asking you to make an arrest to deliver the killer wrapped up in a bow in front of the station, okay? You're no Batman, you're just here to get me more information. She rummages around in her pockets for what seems like forever. Take my card. I'll call you in 3-4 days, check in, and we'll chat. And I'll let you know if you have any info. She takes on a didactic, paternalistic tone, like she was giving you a list of recommendations for the 100th time. Don't get caught, don't get arrested. Also, I wouldn't recommend trying to leave Paris. I know what you look like, and I know who your friends are. Wow, that's a little unacceptable. You either be the solution to the problem, or the solution to the problem, my friend. You either be the solution to the problem, my friend. Thank you. Let's see. She takes a minute to scan your face, your emotions. If I have to, I'll go check on you know who. Her smile is biting. That reminds me, she know you've done time? You shake your head. She snickers. Oh, my little dirtbag. You cover your tracks well. Say nothing. Acknowledge your science with a nod. Okay, I think you've got a handle on a little deal. Any problems, I turn you in. I'll send your picture to all my friends in the media and every asshole in Paris. Your picture with your name on it, your real name. She's such a bitch. Oh, I skipped that, sorry. Have any idea how tense these things are with that fucker's trial underway? You sigh, you know just what she's trying to get at. Come to think of it, your last names are almost the same. You could be brothers, actually. Say nothing. I'm just gonna stay and keep saying nothing. She takes on a serious tone. I want to catch this killer personally. I want to drag him to court, ruin his fucking life with a bang. I can't botch this case. You got me, and neither can you, right? Say nothing. You ripped open your gut, you saw your own insides, you're in a coma. Yeah, you have plenty of reasons to want to get back at him. She froze her brow. Yeah, I think you're actually going to do what I tell you to do. You investigate, ask questions, listen to all the rumors, and you come up with a list of suspects. She lays her hand on the door handle and freezes. Oh, right, don't get fired. Without this cab, you're worth nothing to me. You glare at her. Should I say it out loud? Say it out loud this time. Yeah, whatever. It makes you feel better. She puts her hand up, and you can hear the words behind it. This conversation never happened. I'll make sure you get more intel tomorrow. I'll find a way until then. Not a word to anyone, obviously not a word. Last time I said it after she left. This time I'm saying it right to her face like a boss. You sit alone for a while, teeth clenched, dry-eyed, ears buzzing. Shit. On the back seat, the cop lifted a pile of papers. Shit. Merde. Key in the ignition, motor running. Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Looking for a killer. Anyway, radio on, crackles, you turn off, start driving. Alright, so now We can talk to passengers. It might. It won't necessarily unlock new information, but it might. So it's kind of a gamble. And since this is a different one, we don't know talking to who will do what. You see what I mean? So. Alright, so we're immediately going back to base. Which is kind of dumb, because we had a lot of time left. What's up, Briggs? Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Glad you could be here. Alright, take a second, enjoy the silence. City's waking up, still hear the hum. Now we can go over the files. Now, as you can see, there's different people. It's completely different people this time. On the wall, you hung up the big corkboard where you used to pin up photos of your nephews. They've been gone since you got out of... Your plan is simple. Jot down the piece of evidence and connect them to the suspects. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks. Thanks. I understand. I get it. I figure... I know. Believe it or not, I know. Alright, so let's look. Is... What's his nuts even... Hervé is another suspect. Pierrette Menderes. He looks like a slime ball. Apollonie Girardot. Gilda Berger. And Jonas Pearson. That guy looks like he's killed some people. I'm just saying. Let's find out any intel. We don't know enough yet, but we will investigate. The first three... Alright, hold on. So the Hervé's police file. It's a little different. The killer case. There's a lot. I hope there's enough for me to read all of these. I don't know if there is. All three victims. Let's see if we can get it. Probably. It usually gives you enough time to review all three. Yeah. Or all the case. And you start with a nice big old pile. The killer is less than 1.8 meters. 1.8 meters is about 5'11". So she's 1'7", 1'6'7". He's 1'8", so he is actually on the precipice. So he's about, what would you say? He's probably about, he's probably about 5'11" as well. Because like I think 1.84 is 6 foot. So anywhere from 1.8 is like 5'11" and up. Like it's like 5'11.2, 5'11.5, etc., etc. You see what I'm saying? So he's 5'11". These three, actually 4 of them, Hervé is 1.77. He's tall, 1.89 meters. I believe that's about 6'2", 6'3". So he's pretty tall. And the only thing that killed... Okay, so we gotta align these things accordingly, just to see what makes sense right now. All right, so we know, and I think it's funny that Hervé is back again. You know what I mean? Like in the second run. So kitchen window left open by the victim. Oh, that's victim 1. Hervé suspected a break-in. So because the kitchen window was left open, did Hervé slide in? And Hervé, we had a discussion with him already where he said, oh, I had a fight. Some guy took what was mine, blah, blah, blah. Hervé allegedly robbed a fishmonger. Okay, so there's a bunch of things stacked against him right now. So we don't know, though. But he's also less than 1.8 meters. But he is over. So I feel like even though he's 1.81, it's very close. You would know if someone's less. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, spare key, murder rituals. Victim 2 had garlic in her hand. What does that have to do with her? Well, let's look at everything here. Homeless man with unknown victim. Briefly worked for Charles Bougrain. Victim 2. So the victims are exactly the same. Remember Bougrain was the victim in the first killing as well? Got health issues of Rictodin. It's hard to say. Health scandal. Couple of arrests for breaking and entering. Pierrette. Chef in La Pierre restaurant in Paris. In financial troubles. Was an activist when she was younger. Oh, that's a woman. I was gonna say Pierrette. That's like the female. Okay, she's a tall woman. She can dunk on everybody. Anyway. Was an activist when she was younger, part of the Moon Flesh cult. Therefore, the murder weapon was a fillet knife, meaning she has access to the fillet knife because she is a chef. Also, the left spare key mat under the door. That also serves for Hervé, so I'm gonna kind of put them in the middle of them. Kind of like that. It's very difficult to kind of line all these up. MO, slit throat, words written in blood, blood missing. So there's no blood on the victim, but they take said blood and write it in a message. That's pretty dark. So therefore, I'm guessing it's going to need a knife. The murder weapon is going to be a knife, as they said, a fillet knife. So does that mean it's going to be puree? Is it puree or Pierrette? I don't know in the French version of this. Anyway, murders, rituals. Let's see what Apollonie says. Blurry past, weird woman. Probably a rich heir or something. Was born in Guadeloupe, maybe. She's a night owl. That's all we really know. So she's a night owl, so does that mean she's a vampire? Or whatever, is that what they're saying? Murders or rituals. Victim 2 had garlic in her hand. Or she's a vampire hunter. Maybe she thought the victims were vampires themselves. Anyway, Victim 2 opened the door to the killer. Okay, and so these 4 share the fact that the killer was under 1.8 meters in height. Pierrette so far seems like the most likely suspect with the evidence we currently have, because she had access to a fillet knife, because she is a high French cooking style chef in a restaurant, so she has access to that. But she's very, very tall. 1.89 meters is quite tall. So you'd know the difference between someone who's less. Like, who said that, right? The cop said that. The cop said this person is less than 1.8 meters, aka 5'11", or is it like almost 5'11", roughly 5'11", let's just say. And you'd know the difference between someone who's about 5'11" and someone who's like 6'3", 6'4". You just would. So I don't think that it's Pierrette just for that reason. Yeah, yes it is, Brooke, yeah. I thought Pierrette was a dude for a second at first glance, but I think it's just the picture. Anyway, let's go to Gilda. She is 1.67, so she was possible. She's set designer for the opera. She was hospitalized after her mother's death. Difficult relationship with her dad, also working at the opera. Catholic and a member of the Korean community in Paris. And all we have to connect her to it is that she is less than 1.8 meters. That's not enough to accuse her. We need more intel. Same with Jonas. He's the same wheel. Even though he looks like the kind of guy to kill somebody, I don't know. Anyway, he's 1.81, so he's in that 5'11 range. Brilliant programmer for several startups and companies. Wrote books about the simulation we're all living in. Destroyed evidence when the police started investigating. So is he covering up something? Do you think he's covering up a friend, or if he's covering up his own? We don't know yet. We really don't know. So, based on what we have, it looks like it's either Hervé or it's Pierrette, but I don't think it's either of them. I think right now it could very well be Hervé, but I don't think it is either, because the Angel of Death, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy to have the moniker Angel of Death. But there's still a lot we could find out, guys. Let's end the night. We'll go take some fares. We'll do our thing, make some bread, see what people know, and have some fun in the meantime. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say if Pierrette is binary or not. For the sake of it, we're going to just assume it's the photograph. Anyway, wipe your tired face. We know this is all the same. You go to bed, you wake up, the problems are running through your face, all that stuff. No, Leo, it's the same. It's basically like the same thing with a slightly different theme. So it's the same story. However, instead of this killer, it's this killer, and they use this method. So the things that change are the victims. Wait, no, the victims don't always change. This one they didn't change, but I think in the third one the victims do. No, this one's random victims, I think. I think this one was random victims, and it could be any of the killers. But the motive doesn't seem like it's entirely the same. We gotta investigate. Anyway, your back aches. You like to close your eyes and go back to sleep. Gotta quickly. A few minutes later, you're outside. All right, we're on to the second night. The one thing I will say is I wish there was more information. Like, look, we already have one of our suspects right here in the cab. So I think it's a good idea. Oh, we have 2 suspects. Oh, look at that. We're allowed to take 2 suspects. Now, here's the thing. I want to take these. I'm going to take her first. We're not going to be able to get everybody, but I'm going to do my absolute best to try and get all of these and pick these 2 up. That's going to be the goal here, okay? I don't know if I've ever picked this guy up. I've never picked her up. Anyway, let's... Wait, what is that? Is that a dude in a bunny costume? He's got bunny... Wow. The people in France, man, I tell you. Alright, anyway. She's only going 2.8K, so it's a quick fare. So let's do it. Closed door, good evening, sir. So that's the girl that all we know that her relation to it is that she's under 1.8 meters. That's all we know. She's 1.67 meters. We don't know anything else about her other than she's of Korean descent. That's literally all it's told us. Anyway, she's one of the suspects and her voice rings like a chime. High-pitched, discreet, ethereal. Notre Dame de Paris, please. As you pull away, you glance at the time. Not exactly time for a prayer. You drive in silence for a few minutes, glancing at your passenger. She seems so fragile. You can't imagine her in the act of... My friend and I were wondering if you knew where the secret entrance to the catacombs is. Your question pulls you out of your thoughts. A secret entrance? Yeah, you know, the catacombs. There's the main entrance, there's the hidden ones. They're not open to the public, of course, but that's what makes it fun. The way she said fun made her sound about 7 years old. We'd love to visit them on our own. You shake your head. Unfortunately, you've never heard a thing about a secret entrance. I don't know. Sorry. She seems disappointed. You're next, bro. You are next. Boop. Just boop him. If you watch, we'll boop him. Boop. I thought a taxi driver would surely know Paris really well. Well, I do, lady. That's like saying, hey, do you know where I could find, I don't know. Do you know where I could find the secret access papers to the Paris chief of police? Do you know where I could get those? I thought Cabby's knew Paris. Clearly he's an idiot. Like, come on. Don't be a bitch about it. Anyway. Yes, but not the catacombs. You attempt to smile, she doesn't react. You've never been? You shake your head again. It's so cool down there in the summer. I go off through the main entrance. I break and then... No, he doesn't know. I thought so too, but... Wait, what? Let her be. Apparently it's not like in the movies. Oh, dude. Dude, she's schizophrenic. Isn't she? Or multi-personality disorder. I guarantee it. We'll find another entrance. Find that, I'll let you look. You look past your bee with whatever's going on in her head and you drive. From time to time, her voice breaks the silence. Bits and pieces, incomplete sentences. Maybe she'll tell you something that could help you. Sometimes I really don't understand. But still. I don't think that's the way to go. Look at Dad. He can do it just fine. No. She has a sparkling laugh. I didn't know that. How'd you find out? Seriously. You're incorrigible. There's a break in the discussion. Say nothing. Just take in as much as possible. Unless I should ask her and pry it out of her. I don't know. What's up, Bryant? Doing good, man. How have you been? I don't know if I want to, like, let her talk it out. Or if I want to pry. You know, let's try prying. Maybe we'll get something out of her. Wait. I was talking to my friend. Your friend? Of course, Jesus. See ya. Sorry. I'm just making a scene. Take a second to digest. Jesus? Unless it's Jesus. Yeah, it is Jesus. Damn it, girl. I don't have time for this. Christ. Sure, who else? But you talked about him to everyone? Well, yeah, why shouldn't I? Well, we got some intel, that's important. People don't think she cuts you off and becomes offensive. Crazy? A liar? I'm gonna go with both. I'm going with those two options right there. Shrugs her shoulders and her face remains expressionless. I don't care. Even if someone turns their back on me, I have Jesus. No, you don't. Whatever. Guess what, man? That's like saying, I've got this coaster. Yes. Okay, I have a coaster, but what's it gonna do? Nothing. This has function. This has function. It supports a coffee mug, or of sorts, and cool drinks without creating a ring on my desk. Jesus, or speaking about Jesus, ain't gonna do shit. Ain't nothing. She glances outside. You keep as much of an eye on her as you can in the rear view. I work at the Garnier Opera House. I'm far from the most eccentric one there. Probably right. So Jesus and I are fine. People leave us alone. Would Jesus condone you breaking into the catacombs? Come on, girl. So lets her face relax, smiles. What about you? Anybody speak to you? That's actually not true. We know that there's that dead ghost guy. Remember that dead ghost kid from the last episode? That hasn't happened to him yet though, so we can't say that yet. She's like foreshadowing it, but I'm gonna say I don't think so. I'm really lucky. I have Jesus Christ. Okay. What does he say to you? He's always by my side. You didn't answer the question. As if realizing she hadn't been quite clear enough, not precise enough. Like she couldn't tell you did, like, he talks to me about people we see. He tells me who was good and who was bad. Oh, and you go out and let me guess, Jesus tells you to kill people. Your blood curdles. He tells me who I should avoid and who I should talk to. So considering she's speaking to us, you're okay to approach. He's like a guide? Guide, yes, of course. He guides my hand. He holds my arm. He gives me ideas. Like she freezes like someone's whispering in her ear. Yes, of course, but I think he gets it. Comes close to your heart, starts beating faster. Your scar hurts, your chest fills with pain. Can I tell you a secret? Sure. Softer. You can see Notre Dame. You're almost there. I'm sure I've already met you. Uh-oh. As in the person who attacked us? They try to scare you. I don't know why, but you and us two, we've run into each other somewhere before. Haven't we? You shake your head, no. Do you ever go to the opera? No. Then maybe I've been in your taxi before. No. Dude, I would have remembered chats with you and your buddy Jesus. the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I would have remembered. Strange. Did I try killing you last month? That's it. I tried killing you. Well, better finish the job. You know, that's what they're trying to bring you. What? Huh? Why, yes, it's true. Jesus is right. We're here. You part, you can feel sweat running down your back. She giggles. I hope to see you again in the city of God. Oh, God. Wouldn't that be Rome? Anyway, she drops money on your front seat, more than enough for her fare. Raise your head, door slams, Patch is already outside. Should I call her? YOLO. Lower your window. Miss. Walk towards the cathedral. Miss. Keep going, bro. Let's step in. You take off your seatbelt when you get to go out. You're stopped by a stabbing pain. Your eyes blur. You can't see the dashboard controls. Your scar, it's burning, itching. What is he, Harry Potter? You breathe slowly. Breathe out for 7 seconds. In for 7 seconds. You repeat the cycle until you recover your sight. Repeat the cycle until your fingers start shaking. You breathe. That's that PTSD right there, bro. You glance outside. The young woman has vanished. You turn the key in the ignition. You slowly recuperate from the last drive from the last passenger. That one was a total nut job, no doubt about it. You drive away from Notre Dame. Man, she barely gave me any money. But it didn't take that much time. No, Leo, this takes in replace of the first case. Each case is a different theme of the same story. So, for example, if I'm getting from point A to point A, I'm a guy who was attacked and there's a killer that I'm trying to find. Those two facts remain exactly the same. The situation remains the same. The subject matter of who did it, what their MO is, and who the victims are completely different. But at the end of the day, the first case didn't happen. We're just replacing that case with this alternate scenario. And then the other one's the same deal, an alternate scenario after that. She was creepy. So the way she was speaking, they want you to think that she was the one going, hey, like Jesus told me this person's bad. She said Jesus guides her hand, guides her actions. So what if Jesus made her kill people? That doesn't sound like a very Jesus-y thing to do, but this person's crazy. So we'll take her money and run. Her money is worth just as much as the normal sane guy down the street, so we'll still take their money. Alright, so we're going to have to make some stops, guys, to get some intel. Now, whenever you have the opportunity to grab intel, you should do it. Now, I did have another pickup of another victim, or sorry, not another victim, but another, oh, this one. This chick is crazy, and she's got the nickname LV426, which is sick. I love it. So we're going to pick up, we haven't picked up a lot of these guys, but I'm going to go straight over here. I'm going to go get the next one. I also might stop at the gas station, even though I don't need fuel. Now, Grant's putting in his money now, saying that Gilda's the one who's the killer. We still don't know much about the others yet, but we'll find out. Anyway, you've been studying the outside of the church for a few minutes now. It's fairly recent, square with sharp edges, gray and ugly. This is where the congregation of one of your subject, Gilda Berger, gathered. We're finding more information about Gilda right now. You get out of your taxi and climb the few steps to the front door despite how late it is. It is slightly ajar. You go inside. The nave stretches out before you. There are a few people sitting in the pews, lots of women by themselves. By the look of their clothes and their ages, you're pretty certain they're cleaning women. In just a few minutes, they'll leave to take the bus or metro to clean offices all over Paris. Your eye is drawn to a very primitive and colorful wall painting on your left. In front of you stands the altar, and behind it a man who appears to be the priest. Well, what do we want? Altar, the man behind. Do I want to go to the altar or the wall? I gotta find out as much information about this as I can. Let's go to the altar. Cross the remaining meters between you and the man. He eventually hears you, turns around, and looks you over. The expression is immediate, unpleasant. Pierre, may I help you? Yes? Sorry to disturb you. No trouble. His face says the opposite. I have a few questions for you. Questions about who or what? Gerda Builder. Or Gerda Builder. Oh no, I don't think so. Looks lips and starts talking again. Our doors are always open to believers. I simply ask that you not disturb the peacefulness of daybreak. You resist the temptation to punch his brains out. What a dick. We have a very tight-knit community and our bonds are very strong. He holds one hand out to indicate the exit, like the drop of an X, he says. I wouldn't want to keep you. Don't make a scene, don't draw attention to yourself. You turn around and take the few steps away from the altar. You finally see the faces of the churchgoers. All women, one of them is eyeing you. You look down. As you leave the church, so you don't lose your temper, you concentrate on the floor tiles. They're checkered, black and white. The door slams shut behind you. Back in your cab, back to breathing. Damn it, man, I probably should have went along the wall and tried and stealthed up behind him. You smile as you think about something your boss said. This taxi is your fishbowl. He's right about that. Oh, Gwenlock, thank you for the super chat. It would suck for the taxi driver if all 3 cases were connected, though, getting killed almost 3 times. That would suck, for sure. That would definitely suck. But yeah, we don't know if she's the killer yet, guys. We gotta get more intel. Let's get more intel. Anyway. Key in the initial motor running. So what do we get from that situation? What did we get out of this? Nothing. We didn't get anything. But we can tell that they're kooks. They are kooks. This lady looks higher, higher than a kite on Christmas Eve. Like, look at this. Like, come on, bro. She's smoking the good shit. Anyway, this woman is still the funniest person in the game. This woman has Tourette's syndrome. My favorite so far. But I want to try and get some new things. I want to try and spend time getting evidence. Picking up people, yes, works. Where are they going, though? The problem is you don't know where they're going. This guy is funny as shit. I've already picked him up 1 time, though. So I kind of want to switch it. So I'm a little far, I know. But I'm going over here. It's a hybrid, guys. It's a hybrid. It looks like a Peugeot, though. When you look at the silhouette of his car, it looks like he's got a Peugeot. Grant, thank you for the super chat. My money is on Gilda, literally. Grant's putting 2 pounds on Gilda. Well, you guys see it. It's literally in blue and black in this case. You park in front of the Passy Cemetery. You're greeted by large columns and a huge dark iron door. The door opens. You see your old buddy Marco. Marco, the one who stole your... We've seen... Dude, we went to see Marco before, but he was working at a stadium. You flash headlights at him and he waves you over. You get out of your cab and join him. Buddy, I can't believe you found my number. Honestly, how crazy. Fakes enthusiasm and serenity, but his shaking hands betray him. Have you been to the cemetery before? It's stunning. This is a slightly different scenario. This is interesting. Because before meeting Marco at the stadium where he worked as a cleaner or a maintenance guy or whatever at the stadium, like the soccer/football stadium, he was really friendly, and we had to get some information on one of the victims. I might change it up slightly when I ask him certain things, because he seems to know shit. But this time he's at a cemetery, not the stadium, so it's a completely different situation. Anyway. No, Marco. Wait, come on. He turns on his flashlight, and you start to wander among the tombstones. The cemetery is clean in straight lines of graves. It's very cold. I'm not gonna lie to you. It freaks me out a little that you want to know stuff about the cult. Especially since last time. I don't know if you remember last time, but I lost my job, man. So this whole thing revolves around a cult, then. This is a cult-focused story, which is sweet, because cults are crazy, crazy. I lost everything. This guy loses more jobs than anybody I know. He breathes and grabs your arm. Man, I swear, I don't want to lose what I've got here. I'm the cemetery watchman. I've got a gorgeous gal. Wow. That is so douchey, man. I've got a gorgeous gal who used to be ours. What a butthole. So answer my questions. I don't like Marco in this one. Look, man, I've got a gorgeous girl. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he just did. Anyway, I looked like you asked me to. They're over there. He brings you a few meters further. But here's the thing. How could you be a friend of that guy? You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to be that guy's friend. He seems like a butt. Anyway, he brings you a few meters further over to a strange tombstone. There's an evergreen growing where the patch of grass would normally be. Something is carved into the bark. You lean over. The flashlight illuminates the name of Zita Velpu, the 3rd victim. Velpo. It wouldn't be Poo. Velpu. Velpu. That would be the worst name for somebody. Velpo. This is where her ashes are buried, along with the other members of the Mooney Tunes cult. The Mooney Tunes cult. Like, come on. Where's Bugs? Or would it be Muggs, buddy? Muggs Funny. Muggs Funny. Muggs Funny and Baffy Cuck. I don't know. Oh, man. That's silly. The cult. He glances around like he heard a suspicious noise. I see them every once in a while. They come to plant flowers and collect old bouquets. Got information. There you go. They plant flowers. They do it all throughout Paris, actually. I think it's actually pretty cool, even though it's illegal. There's more information. He comes closer and looks you straight in the eye. I don't really get what you've got against them. I don't want to jump the gun. I've got nothing against them. Takes a step back. No way, man. You can't tell me after that. After asking me to. He starts to whine. This is another loser plan's gonna get me fired. I can see it coming. Ow! I just Wu-Tanged my desk. Ah! 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 That's what you get. And don't talk back to me again, Disc. Anyway, he shines his flashlight towards the cemetery entrance. Come on, let's get out of here before the neighbors call the cops. When I do my rounds half the time, they think it's kids coming to spray paint the tombs. Follow Marco through the stones. In the glow of the flashlight, you catch glimpses of portraits of unassuming faces that ignore you. Once you get to the entrance, Marco turns his light off. Please, oh please, seriously, don't tell anyone I let you in. Bro, I'm telling everybody you let me in. My boss find out, I'll be out of my ass, please. You shrug. He's like, whatevs. Time will tell. Should I just say nothing? Say nothing. The shrug means all. The wife stealer sighs. You walk away without another word and get in your taxi. Once inside in the warmth, you take a second to think about the new information you received before driving away. Alright, well there you go. What's up, Victorious? Hey, what's up, Teresa? Alright, we got a bunch new... There's a guy here who looks like... I've never given this person a ride. I gave this guy a ride in the last version of the game. This is our old killer. This guy right here is actually the guy who was the killer in the last episode right here. Spoiler alert. But if you're already watching this, you're watching that. I know I'm not making any money, but I actually have a lot of money saved up. I'm actually going to go to this next visionary because we got to get clues. I made the mistake of not getting enough clues last time. I love how every time you drive through, it's like there's a bakery and there's two bakeries smoking a fatty. You know what I'm saying? You park in front of Etienne's place and turn off the ignition. You've known him for years, actually, since your first day behind the wheel. He was a skinny teenager you picked up late on Sunday nights to take back to his boarding school in the distant suburbs. It was well paid, but depressing. Etienne has since become a friend, and he's got intel on one of your suspects, Jonas Pearson. That's the guy on the end who looks like he would have killed people. Shit. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Just something really important. Okay. You knock on Etienne's apartment door and he comes to open it. He's now a muscle-bound giant who towers over you. Come on in. Don't look at look at the mess. He talks quickly and his voice is a touch colder than usual. Something's not right. Something's a bit fishy. You walk into his pristine apartment. Oh wait, there's a gym towel lying on the designer coffee table. You okay? What's up, Scott? He collapses onto the couch. His attitude makes you want to stay standing. You're in deep shit. Huh? That guy you asked me to tell? I know him. Everyone knows him. Jonas. He's famous. He's like your equivalent of... He's waving his hand at you. There's no famous taxi drivers. Fine. Well, he's famous. Like, literally, like, really famous. So what'd you find out? Alright, you'll see. It's fascinating. Your friend clears his throat. You glance around and realize the young man must earn more in a day than you do in a week. If not more. The simulation theory has recently led to the formation of several groups. Extreme believers, you might say. There's the cultist. It's a cultist focus. Groups that went to test the theory. There you go, more clues. Or rather, who want to prove it's true. The thing is, we haven't been able to get all clues from each location. I feel like if I went to the church and I shimmied along the wall, you know what I mean? Like, you know, proper. Like this, you know, kind of like that. Then, maybe, just maybe, we would have blended in a little bit. But I think the thing that gave it away was all the followers were women. So if that's the case, maybe only a woman, if it's the cult, maybe it was a woman who did the murder. There's only what, like, actually there's only 2 guys and 3 women. So, I don't know. Anyway, by crashing the system, he stands up and starts pacing. Jonas is the leader of one of these groups. Bam! Look at that. Finding so much intel. You think he could kill? There's not an ounce of doubt in his voice when he says, kill? Yes, no doubt. It would prove his theory. Etienne leads over to you. Every one of his arms is flexed. He's just, can you imagine, he leans in, he's just like, look, man. Look at this. I'm telling you. Telling you over there. That guy is the killer. There's any chance you can get the flex on him. I don't really know what you need this information for, but watch your back. Jonas is no altar boy. He's nobody's fool. Not your average nerd. What do you mean? What do you mean? He could be dangerous. A few minutes later, you're back behind the wheel of your car. I gotta say, this case is a lot more interesting than the last one, in my opinion. You feel uneasy. All that is over your head. Simulation, internet. You barely know how to use your phone. Come on. You shake your head and start the cab. You still got plenty of fish to fry. Alright, well. Is any one of our other people still in the yes, I was hoping she'd spawn. This is our witch hunter or our vampire or whatever the hell you want to say. Vampire hunter, I don't know. I don't know what's going down. Sherry, it's me, Apollini. What? An apple a day? Is that what your name is? No, merde, Apollini. Apple upon your knee. No, 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 sacre bleu. Apollini. A poll for me? Am I voting? What are you talking about? God damn. Can you imagine being that guy? Dan, let's be honest, you are that guy. I can't tell if she's high class or if she's been rode hard and put away wet. I can't tell. Anyway, woman getting in the cab is a regular and a suspect. You haven't seen her for a while. Makes you feel uncomfortable. She claims to be, Sherry, I'm thirsty. A vampire. Yeah, see, I knew it, bro. But if she was a vampire, why would she be clutching a clove of garlic? Garlic is bad for vampires. So if she claims to be a vampire, she wouldn't have it. Stupid. What's up, Ignite? I don't know what she's doing, man. It looks like she's got a case of the clam, you know? She's got little burning sensation. She's got chlamydia going on, bro. And she's got no way. Do you want some powder for that? Is there a Visine for that? South of the border? I don't think so. Where to? So thirsty. Do you mean that literally? Or do you mean like this bitch thirsty? Like, what are you talking about? Anyway. I'm sick of going to the Belvedere again and again. What a bore. And of course I love the place. The decor reminds me of the old plantation, but it's become so routine. And when a routine sets in, you're a goner. What is she petting? It's creeping me out. You give her a quick look. No, Shetty, not literally. Don't look at me that way. The thing is, I'm looking for something fresh, full of life. With a good heart, nice and strong. Are you going to be sucking on somebody's neck? A little gay guy who works in advertising. A vegan addicted to MDMA. Got you feeling like a champion. The city never sleep. Better slip you an Ambien. Do you know where I could find one? LOL. And one arm is scratching. You know, scratching them. And then she all of a sudden she's like, oh, I'm looking for a young man. He's got the most beautiful cheekbones. And I would absolutely love it if he's got a nice neck for me to solve. And then she adjusts her legs a little bit. And it would be just so much better if you can just, you know, like, the balls get unsqueezed. Because I just feel like that's what she's really scratching down there. Anyway, think of places. Why not? Why not help her out? The only thing you can think of is Carter, a nightclub in St. Owen you've known for about years. Maybe not what she's looking for, but definitely a young crowd with lots of atmosphere. What's up, Adam? Thank you for the host. Mention Carter. Why not? YOLO. I know a place just north of Paris called Carter. North of Paris. I don't mind the subs. Why not? It might be interesting. YOLO! I never go to that part of town, ever. Not my usual stomping grounds. My kinfolk in the area are extremely aggressive. You mean, you're vampires? Do you shine in the light as well? But why not? Carter it is. You start the cab, scenery starts to unfold. The passenger seems to have lost interest in you. To be fair, we were already heading up north anyway, so if we're heading north, that's perfect, because there's more, like, stuff for us to look. It's the second or third time you picked her up. She's told you her life story every time. Could she really be a vampire? I'd rather not ask. You hear a slight cough. How long have we known each other now? A few months, I guess. I take more cabs in the summer, that's for sure. I have to stay more on my toes. A knowing wink. I used to have a driver. Just did my nails. They look a little bit on fleek. Anyway, sorry, I get distracted easy. Suddenly her head seems to be elsewhere. I just can't take it. She's just constantly looking at her nails. Go on, that's what women do. What happened to him? I killed him, dear. I ate him. Oh, retirement. Same thing. A burst of laughter. There was a particular quality of her voice if someone else in the car were laughing alongside her. Anyhow, yeah, it's her magnum dong that's between her legs. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. That's not funny at all. That's not funny. Okay. Stop laughing. Apollinette. Or Apollo 3, Apollo Creed, whatever you want to call yourself. Anyway. I can't afford to drive anymore. Human life is so pricey these days. Back when my mother was a slave, she was worth nothing, or near about so. Today, everyone is worth something. We're all equal. Waves a hand in her face, utters something in icy tones. Manty. A few moments go by as passenger watches you in silence and diverts your gaze as if you were an animal. Does it bother you having me as a passenger? Yep. It does. No, why do you ask? Because of who I am? Who are you? She smiles. L-O-L. It would be L-O-L, but you guys, that's flipped, right? No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. LOL, sweetheart. LOL. She smiles. You know very well who I am, Sherry. She waves a hand. I won't bother you with this anymore. You already refused my offer twice. I won't insist. Wait, what offer? Takes more courage than you think. A faraway look comes over her. Though nowadays, people's lives are far too comfortable to make any radical change. Did you offer to make me a vamp? Anyway. The imagination of a Parisian begins and ends with starting over in the country among the wildlife and livestock. There is a hint of sadness in her voice. What a pity. We could have had such a good time together, Sherry. Oh, she wanted to join together in vampirical matrimony. Alright, no talk. You merely tell your pastor is disappointed. She hands you the fare and leaves and heaves a sigh. A provincial club just outside of Paris, if only I had known. She waves a hand as if to silence you. It's not your fault, Sherry. I know you try your best. Such is the way of the world. She sighs. A world that's changing all too quickly. Will soon be an old hat left in the sidelines. Shrugs with a glance at her polished nails, gives you a smile, and then pays for the ride. But I won't let it get me down. Wish them luck. Alright, deuces. With a wink, she walks over to the nondescript club. Looks pretty seedy. Shady characters are loitering in the park. The damn loiterers. Your customer's unusual appearance gets a laugh from some of the youths. Dude, she's wearing a dress. Like, what do you want? That she looks better than you guys in your hoodies? And your Vans? I'm sorry, I can't diss Vans. I would wear Vans. Anyway, but you know what I mean. You can't be laughing at people when someone may think you look stupid. Anyway, she doesn't let it deter her though. She steps resolutely through the door of Carter. She paid me a good, she didn't tip that much though. €1? Come on, bro, what am I supposed to do with that? So we're kind of off to the west, even though we're not. Let me move my stuff. We're actually exceptionally far away. I'm actually kind of annoyed at how far away we are. We don't have a whole lot of time, and I would love to get all the way... Man, she took us in the wrong direction. I would like to get all the way over there, but here's what I might have to do. Actually, I think going here doesn't waste this. I think it only wastes fuel. This doesn't waste time. I think taking oh, it does waste time, but... No, stop. No! Dude, I'm trying to click and drag. Stop. No, stop. Holy shit, guys. It's doing what it wants. This. Oh my god, just leave it. Hands up. Anyways, while we're waiting... Wow, that didn't take that long. She's like a vampire, I think. I think she's a vamp. Anyway. Dude, I know that logo anywhere on that, this is a fire hall, right? That is a Renault. That's a Renault. I know the Renault logo. I know vehicles, alright? Anyway. Paul told you to drop by any night of the week. You guys hadn't talked in several months. You see him leaning up against the wall of a local fire department. Behind a garage door, through the metal panels, you catch a sight of a huge red truck. You wanted to be a fireman when you were little. Everyone did. You get out and walk over to Paul. He's a tall, bright-eyed, and good-natured guy. You're both from the same neighborhood. His mom is from Reunion Island, his father from Marseille. It's been ages. He goes to greet you with a cheek kiss and changes his mind, sticking out his hands. Man, that is awkward. You know what's more cringy? When someone goes for a handshake and the other guy goes for the pound, you end up just doing this weird docking situation. You know what I mean? That's bad. But can you imagine going in for a cheek kiss and then switching up to a handshake? I'd say that'd be 10 times worse. Because then you do this, right? You guys originally do this. You're like, you know, you both go in, it's like this. And then you can't figure out what you're wanting to do, and it's just embarrassing for every party involved. But if you got this coming at you, you got this. Oh, put her there. Put her there, buddy. Put her there. No. No. What are we doing? Like, that's just twice the embarrassment. And quite frankly, you should have just stuck with the handshake. It works every time. 9 times out of 10, you can't mess it up. Because quite frankly, you could do anything. You could do the, you know, what's up, bro? You know what I'm saying? And then but then you might get that part wrong. Or you might go for a high five. You might miss and slap him in the face. You know what I mean? There's too many faults. There's too many faults. So just go with the handshake. It's good old-fashioned, but it's COVID right now. So all you got to do is a simple, what's up? That's all you can do right now with COVID. Anyway, let's skip. God damn. So can you imagine dude's just like got his hands out and he's kissing. He's just like, wait, what are we doing? Like, I don't know what we're doing. I can't figure it out. So anyway, asked around about Simon. Simon Colomb, the angel of death for his victim. Paul seems distraught, devastated even. Why are you devastated? The guy was a hero. You know, we don't use the term lightly here. I'm getting a lot of clues, though. I like it. Early, because I made the mistake of not getting enough clues in the last one, and I was like, what the hell? Paul has been a fireman since he was a teenager. When you were helping your brother deal drugs, he was already helping to save lives. A hero. But there's a but. There you go. No secrets, nothing shameful. He was pristine, brave, handsome, down to earth. Paul bites his lip. He's uncomfortable. He doesn't like to talk about his job. Maybe he's sorry about your last conversation. What's up, Ryder? How you doing? Simon was seeing a shrink. Nothing out of the ordinary. We see some not so nice things sometimes. Okay. He'd been feeling really guilty since the Albatross fire. Man, we're getting tons of clues for this. It's really helpful. He wasn't able to save anyone. The whole brigade got there too late to intervene. He was torn up about it, though, really shaken. The other guys in his unit were worried about him. Is that common? You know, not really. Usually we're stronger than that, psychologically, in any case. He sniffles. A passing car lights up his face. Simon was raised in a very rigid, very Catholic family, like Mass and Greek and all that. Man, look at all this. Look at all these clues. Becoming a firefighter was not an easy feat, but the Albatross fire destroyed him. He felt something indescribable, even for us. He waves his hand to put an end to the discussion. Uh-oh. Oh, God, I tried not to blast. I'm sure that's not pleasant. I apologize. But he was murdered, so sorry. I'm not sure any of this helps much. So he was one of the victims. Okay, it does. Thank you, Paul. See, the problem is about this game is it doesn't let you, like, look over the cases. You look at it once, and then it just kind of summarizes it. You don't get to look at the victim files. You don't get to look at the killer's files properly. You just get a slight description. So it's kind of harder to make a guess based on that. You know what I mean? It kind of sucks. I just want to take the opportunity to apologize for my behavior. When Tanguy died, I shouldn't have been so distant. But I needed to cut myself off from anything that reminded me of him. I miss Tanguy. Me too. He looks around and he's scared someone might see him. He's shaking from the cold. Okay, I've got to run. Take care. Back in your cab. Bye, buddy. Stare in the rear view, try to remember what Tanguy's laugh sounded like. He was one of your regulars. Got sick, it destroyed him. He and Paul often called you for a ride home from the movies or show. You miss his laugh. There's something messy about it. Something chaotic and joyful. You start the car and go back to your shift. Okay, so we have another... I think we've located all of the visionaries now. So we can go home, but we have enough time to take on this last one. So we haven't taken any fares today. Oh, wait a minute, dude. Oh, what do? We can go get the sights, or we can go pick up this tall. I honestly think this will still be there later. I'm going to pick her up. I'm going to do this last fare and get as much intel on the person as we can. Because we can't. All we know is she's a chef. And she's tall as hell. Like, let me see how tall she actually is. 1.89 meters, right? That's tall. She's 6'2.5". She's pretty tall. That's like Shaq for a woman. You gotta understand that. Tall for a woman is 5'8", 5'7". So she's 6'2". That's the equivalent of like a man who's like 6'9" or something. Tall. Anyway, let's take her there. We're gonna get 20 euros out of the deal. Slams the door. Entire taxi shakes. When she yeah, look, you can tell us how tall she is. When she tells you where she wants to go, her voice cuts through the night. She has a rather pronounced Spanish accent and a lilt you recognize immediately. You from Marseille? Lifts her eyes towards you. Yeah. You pick up on the surprise in her voice. How do you know that? I recognize your accent. No one recognizes my accent. The journalists all think I'm Spanish. The journalists. She lowers her eyes. Am I supposed to know who you are? I am Pierrette Banderas. She watches you. I am the chef at La Pierre. I mean, she's wearing a goddamn chef's coat, and you picked her up from La Pierre, so maybe figure that out. He knew that. He's just playing coy, I guess. I've heard of it. From other passengers, they were probably the last. I'm closing the restaurant. Why? Your passenger size. You see, we lost a star. We used to have 2, and now we only have 1. I know it seems trivial. It's just a star attributed to a food critic, but it's the beginning and the end of a slow and painful death. That sucks, man. See, that's what I mean, critics. I've said this a million times. Critics, reviewers, people don't know how to review things. Nobody does. For example, like if watch this. This is how people operate, all right? I'm at this restaurant. It's delicious food. The service is great. The wine is delicious. You know, it's fast, but it's a nice dining experience. You know, the food and everything. It's just a nice atmosphere. Everything is fantastic, okay? Excuse me, I've got to use the restroom. 1 minute. Okay, I'm getting up to use the restroom, and on my way, I go, bop, bop. Okay, now I'm coming back. Okay, I'm coming back, and I do this. Oh, jeez! I tripped. What in the hell? Why did I trip in your establishment? I could have died, and quite frankly, this place sucks. 1 star. That's how people operate when they review things. One thing happens. It could be something super minor, and it might not even be the restaurant's fault, and they give it the worst. Like, that's the worst experience because you tripped on something because it was there and you don't know how to use your feet, and you know what I mean? Like, say for example, oh, whoops, we forgot to take the pickle off your burger. What? I told you I fucking hate pickles. 1 star, but everything else was good. You know, the prices were reasonable, the beer was delicious. You know, the fries were good. Whatever, man. You just take the fucking pickles off. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's like people don't know how to review things. And I've been saying this myself. We've been trying to get a lot of furniture for the new place, right? And on Wayfair, people have a problem with the shipper or a customer service issue like Wayfair, but then they review the item that I'm trying to find out. I'm like, oh, this looks good, but why does it have 3 stars? Because there's so many idiots who rated it 1 star because Wayfair was messing up, not the product itself. You're rating the product, not Wayfair, or my favorite ones are the shipper. FedEx destroyed my package. They just threw it on the floor. Why are you downgrading the couch, you moron? Because the couch could be fine. They just Wu-tanged it out the truck. Like, that's them. Not, you know what I mean? That's why I don't trust reviews, okay? Whether it be in video games, movies, anything. I don't trust it because people don't know how to do it, okay? I'm ranting. I'm done. Let's just move on, okay? Excuse me. All right, I know it seems trivial. Okay, I already said that. I already read this. I don't want to live through that. So I'm closing. I told everyone tonight. We'll finish out in a week and pack up. I'm giving them all 2 months pay so they can join. I can't believe that really destroyed them. I really cannot believe it. Something outside catches her eye. We could all really use it. Oh, what did I say? I meant to skip it. I didn't mean to say anything. I don't know what I said to her. My bad. Best survived, but it must have been okay. Turns her head away. She wants to distance herself from what she's saying. Like you work odd hours, weekends, holidays throughout the summer. I know you get it. She sniffles softly. I make a good living, but even more importantly, I think this is the life I chose. I hope you're also living a life you chose. She clicks her tongue and swears, though you couldn't quite hear what she said. The pressure's unbelievable. It's what drives us to work hard, be creative, make content, constant improvements. But when you lose a star, she takes a break, a much needed one. Her voice was about to crack. Your whole business falls apart when you lose a star. All your doubts come back to haunt you. No matter what you do, it's a losing battle. If you try to maintain the quality of your establishment, they call you blind and incapable. If you try to make real change, they say you're not serious, that you're unstable. Her voice is no more than a whisper. That's why I'm closing. It's a losing battle. Yeah, the dice are clearly loaded. She shrugs. She looks out of the road going by. What are you going to do now? Keep cooking. Well, good. I mean, that's what you're made to do. That's what you're good at. I started cooking because I love fish and seafood. Remember the knife used to murder the victims was a fillet knife? There you go. There you go. What's up, Payush? What's up, Falcon? I started cooking because okay, I'm going to stop because of all these moronic Parisians. I'm going to get back to cooking in my kitchen and making the food I want to make. That's good. Sometimes you got to do that. The sea contains such beautiful things. I want to get back to fishing, you see, digging my hands into fish. She pauses. You notice the frankness in her voice. She talks to you like a friend. You're from Marseille too, is that it? You nod. Whereabouts? Tell the truth. La Timon. Your neighborhood, your childhood. Your pastor makes a little noise in reply. Not the best neighborhood to grow up in, I imagine. What with the highway right there. She sighs for a second. You can hear the highway buzzing by your head. Cars going back and forth day and night. Although not the worst. You're not far from your destination now. Your pastor starts talking in a low voice. You can't tell if she's talking to you or to herself. I want to find a little someplace nice near the coast. I have cash, I have time, I have the desire, I've got it all. Her voice drops. I'm going to tell them all to go fuck themselves. She laughs a deep guttural laugh. You park in front of an unassuming gray building. Your passenger goes to pay you. I live in a tiny apartment, bare bones. I usually have dinner about this time. She sighs. You want to come up? You look right at her. Excuse me? Wait, what's happening? YOLO. You gonna cook me some dinner? I'll have taxi and follow her in the building. She wasn't lying about her place. Small sip with no decoration, strict minimum. She begins to move about the kitchen. You want something to drink? Man, I don't know if I'm gonna kill myself. YOLO. Sure. You watch her uncork a bottle and pour 2 glasses. You don't miss a single move. Boucher de Rayon. I think it's Rayon. Nothing fancy, but it should do the trick. No, nothing about wine, but you find it exceptional. While she's quickly getting dinner ready, you examine her place. Nothing suspicious yet. It looks like a place owned by someone who works a lot. It's the perfect occasion to rummage around a bit, but you're a bit worried about leaving her alone. Where's your bathroom? By the front door, just after the bedroom. You know, I start walking around. It's a really small place. Bedroom looks like as narrow as it does comfortable. The bathroom is clean and simple, and that's it. Nothing suspicious, no surprises. When you come back, she's done cooking. That was quick. It's ready. You watch her hand as she prepares your plate. Soft, efficient, and in control. She's a pro. She pushes the plate over to you. A ruby-colored tuna fillet, cooked on one side, raw on the other. Capers, carrots, white vegetable you don't recognize. Oh, that's candied pear with ginger. You taste the dish, refreshing, light, and a bit spicy. You never usually eat anything this exquisite. You see a shimmer in her gaze. She seems happy. Man, we needed to go up to get that intel. An hour later, you go back downstairs. The first time once you feel calm. Le chef. We just got that achievement. Achievement for getting fed. Your head is spinning a bit, just the right amount. You hold tight to the steering wheel for a minute before driving off. Dude, so not only do we get money for that, she cooked us like a 5-star dinner. That is legit. You gotta respect that. And we got some intel. I don't think she did it. I don't think it was her. I really, really don't think it was her. Alright, my night's gonna end. Unfortunately, we'll have to come back. Oh, look, we have 2 of our guys, though. But we have no choice. So far, Gilda does seem the most crazy. I didn't make that much money this night, but I did make profits. You've met Jesus Christ. That's so funny. Oh no, I took an L. Oops, I lost 50 euros. That kind of sucks. Well, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I mean. If that's how we know it wasn't her. She could have killed me right then and there. She could have told me right then and there, but she didn't. So that's how I know that she's not the killer. I'm gonna get rid of that altogether. It's completely out of the limelight now. I don't have to worry about it. It was a risk because what if she did kill you? Right? You would be done. But I know for a fact she's got to be eliminated. I don't know if the game's gonna manually do that. I don't think that's enough to really get rid of it. Another envelope. So we found out more. Your real name. Yeah, we already read this. We have tons of clues now, guys. Tons. So we're gonna have a better idea as to what the hell is happening. Alright, we don't know if we have enough work to like view everything. Yes, we do. Picture of crime scene. I don't even get to look at it. See, I don't even get to properly look at it. Just kind of look at it. See, there's blood on the wall. What does it say? I can't read it. It doesn't let you look at it. It's kind of annoying. It's everything's written in blood. Okay, now it's a bit of a cluster here. It's a bit of a mess. So now we know moon flesh cult equals planted flowers and trees illegally. Fish symbol drawn on wall. Left spare key under the door. Victim 1 is strict religious family. Victim 1 hero loved by everyone. God, this is really. Didn't say anything about your scar. So are they saying that because she didn't kill us there? Maybe she did, man, but I don't know. Fish symbol drawn on the wall. That could be anything, though. That just seems a little too nail on the head. Alright, what about her? Victim 2 had garlic. She's less murders or rituals. We still haven't gotten anything new for her. Even though we drove her, we never got any clues. Hervé robbed fishmonger. So that could keep Hervé in the loop, because if Hervé robbed the fishmonger, he may have spray painted or left the fish icon, and this could be a coincidence. I really don't think it was Pierrette. She's too tall anyway. She's 6'2", and the evidence says they're under 1.8 meters. So, yeah. Let's see. Gilda messaged on the crime scene. Only one God. Gilda talks to Jesus. This seems kind of right. Now, we haven't picked up Jonas yet, but we can get more intel from him. He's a leader of dark web group, so we're just going to move all this stuff. Testing his theory. He fits the bill. We haven't even picked him up yet. We know all this stuff about him. So, but he doesn't fit the under 1.8. He's 1.81. I'm still leaning towards Gilda at this point. I don't think it was her. Doesn't make sense. It's not her style. I think she's just a bit of an enthusiast. I don't think it's Pierrette. I think it's either Hervé or Gilda at this point. But I don't think it's Hervé either. But you never know. So far, it seems like it's Gilda. But the motives, they said the motives aren't entirely there yet, so we don't know. We have a lot of evidence this early in the game, so I'm excited about it. Sorry guys. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, sorry guys. Alright, James, take care. You open one eye. Your back aches, you like to close your eyes and go back to sleep. Blah, blah, blah. It's all the same. Night 3, and there's 6 nights total. So, here we go. We're gonna have to fill up eventually. Now, I have to make my way. Is there any... Am I allowed to take any of... is there any of my... No. I'm gonna go... what I'm gonna do is actually stop here. I'm gonna fill up, talk to the guy and get a clue. Then I'm gonna head over to this last visual place. Or, you know what I mean. Alright, we know all this. It smells like piss, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes you could try and gamble. See, we're on like half a tank. We still had to pay a decent amount of money. I'm gonna buy this. Nope, we lost. It's a waste of 5 euros. But hey, you never know, right? Oh, I didn't mean to buy that. I wanted to talk. Clerk cuts you off, pointing an angry finger at newspapers on display. Have you seen how much the police suck at catching him? Smile and let him keep talking. Alright, it's good to get clues. Have a good evening. So they're having a hard time catching this person. Alright, see, that's why you gotta stop. Every single time the guy behind the desk knows something. Now here's my next thing. If one of my suspects is around, he's not. So I'm gonna head over here. And I'm gonna see what this is. Oh, whoa. Strange burnt smells. Oh, not again. Park. Did I do this before? Is this the dead kid? Woman's voice. I can't. Need a better signal. Oh, it's her again. I'm here. Right. Turn on slowly, young woman. She's from the future. Don't shout. I'm afraid I'll lose the connection. So much time. Something strange about her face. If she's several different people at once. Listen to me carefully. Come from the future, and you must know that you met. Stops moving. This way. She suddenly starts moving again. Her reporting has to reveal the existence of underground labs. She absolutely must go to Syria. It's essential in delaying the creation of the virus. Other teams are currently... Suddenly realized just appeared in your taxi. Fuck, we can't seem to stay on target at the timeline we determined. Leans towards you. I have another name on my list. Pauline Horo? Never heard of her. I don't know how much information on her from this time period, but she was supposed to go meet her future wife in Canada. Pauline is a... Her eyes tear up. She's central to our plan. What's so special about her? She becomes one of the most influential figures of our time. Her talk show and other programs, her books have the power. Her voice fades to rock the world. Voice starts to break up. There's a problem. Shit, our connection's falling apart. Unbearable whistling noise starts coming from the radio. When you turn around, the woman has vanished. Shit, what the hell was that? Her spell already fades. See, that happened last time, but she said something completely different. You look the Belvedere over. It's a rather unassuming bar that had its heyday at the end of the 80s. The exterior decor is over the top, molding with embedded statues, fake ivy painted along the walls. Ooh, that's tacky. It's probably even worse inside. You glance at the time. They're about too close. Must be a small party. About too close, sorry. You leave your cab, walk towards the bar, and push the door open. Dim lighting, almost no one here. See your passenger at the end of the bar. She's talking to a young man, scarf, round glasses, loafers with tassels, and gently stroking his arm. You walk over to the bar. A young woman, no more than 20, looks slyly at you. There are dozens of kinds of liquor behind her. We're closing. She's putting glasses away. They clink in her hands. Sorry to have inconvenienced you. She was holding. Hold on, wait. Shakes her head. Her expression's tired, bored too. When she speaks, she puts a forced smile and guides an apology. What do you want to know? Is it about the Angel of Death's victims? You wait a second. Which victims? First two, the fireman and the vegan activist. Simon Colomb and Jules Lima. They came in a lot. They were good clients, regulars. Simon didn't drink, but he liked the atmosphere. Okay, there you go. 2 clues there. Jules was kind of an ass with the staff, but he often brought dates here. He was a hard worker, a really smart guy. She leans over. But I know something else. It's not something I tell just anyone. She slides her elbows across the bar until she's less than a meter from you. 150 euros, I'll tell you. Do it. It's worth it. This is the least amount of money we've ever had, by the way. She slides the bills between her fingers. Apollonie Girardot, a regular. She's... Wait a minute. Yeah. That's the vampire chick. She's like a fixture here. She likes them young and knows she scored with Simon and Jules. Okay. She and the fireman had a thing way back then. But she was too sketchy for him. She's part of the Mooney Tunes. You know what that is? The cult? Precisely. She nods her head and tops it off with a wink. So she's in Mooney Tune as well. I've got to get back to work. Hope that was helpful. Me too. She's going to say you're back in your taxi. Take a minute to think about this new intel. A group of teens cross the street. One trips on the curb, one out on the sidewalk. His friends laugh. That's such a guy thing to do. They're driving and leaving them behind. Why did they have to give us that information? I need money right now, guys. And it's never the people I need. Have you noticed that? I don't think I've taken either of these two, so I'll grab this girl right here. This isn't the girl. I don't think this is the girl with the cat. Need help with the delivery, but she's gonna give me 36 euros, so I need bank, and it's a short delivery, so let's go. Alright, sings to the backseat of one of the hordes of cyclists you almost always hit at red lights. It's a bike courier, the kind who pays no attention to red lights, stop signs, and those people suck. Gives you a smile. Holy shit, it's flipping freezing out. You smile. Do we know each other from somewhere? I don't think so. I probably just cut you off on my bike or something. Maybe it was me. I maybe changed lanes without signaling. You both burst out laughing. She gives you an address. It's for a delivery, but it's too cold. I can't seem to get warm. You start the cab and turn the heat to high. Warm air fills the car. The young woman nods. Thanks. That's exactly what I'm here for. Close her eyes as if to enjoy the muffled hum of the heater. I hope you don't mind. There was no way I was going to get back on my bike. I left it behind with my colleagues in front of the restaurant. She sighs. I know it's pretty counterproductive paying for cab ride to deliver food, but all the warm air feels good. How's work going? Struggling to stay awake. Pretty good, though. I had a run-in with one of my colleagues tonight. He's a real know-it-all, the kind of guy who thinks he's been there, done that. The work itself is pretty good, though. In the winter, we do a lot of business. People stay holed up at home like rabbits. I have to say I understand them. She yawns. I'm warming up, but I sure am tired of all of a sudden. She closes her eyes. Sorry, we're here. You pull up to the address. Right, back to work. The delivery girl quickly exits the cab, slamming the door behind her. She rings the door of the elegant Parisian building. A moment later, the door cracks open. The courier hands her client a plastic bag with takeout. Shit, I missed it. Sorry. She smiles. The door shuts. She rushes over to the cab and fills herself back in the seat. Come on, let's get out of here fast. You start the cab. Back to the restaurant, please. I left my bike there. Well, that's that. Phone chirps. Business is picking up. She sighs. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wait a little. Check it later. Settles comfortably into the back seat. Close her eyes. She customer is just. What are you delivering? Sushi. It's so not sushi this time of year. But Parisians are crazy about sushi, though. Not exactly the kind we eat at home. Of course, I'm laughing. Nah, I shouldn't complain. Really, at least I can take it easy on my bike. What's up, donkey? There's no one to really mess around with me. She lets out a silvery laugh. It's very soothing in tone. The laugh of someone you can trust. Do you really like what you do? What'd you do before? That's better. Marketing, a startup company. One of those super pretentious places where everyone speaks 3 languages and only eats whole grain. Of course. And my boss was a total asshole who was always grabbing my ass. A look of revulsion flickers across her face. So now I'm done with all that. She looks serious, as if she just had concluded a long speech. So that, my friend, is why I wouldn't trade in my bike for all the world. Any prospects? No, you're right. Not much as far as prospects go. It's not like I'm going to be made team manager or anything, that's for sure. But it's not all that bad. There are worse jobs around. We're almost at her spot. Silence. And I know what you're going to say. I'm being exploited, badly paid, all that, but the worst part is actually the customers. I can feel that. I can relate to that. You look at her in surprise. No, I swear it's true. You deliver their dinner because they're worn out after working all day, and they don't even tip you a single euro. I know that all too well. Still, they're understanding and all that. They give me articles about all the big bad delivery businesses abusing us. And then they order sushi from the restaurant down the street. Never trust a stomach. She makes a little farting sound with her mouth. Believe me, a bunch of cheapskates. Stops you with a gesture before you can speak. To be fair, though, I feel like a tip is earned. So, earn the tip, be nice. You know, if you go above and beyond, you're more likely to get a tip. That's my point. Anyway, but all that is just for the time being, promise. I'm putting a little aside. Like my father always said, I'm going to open takoyaki food truck. Have you ever had takoyaki? You pull up to the restaurant, warm a bike courier. A swarm of bike couriers are waiting for their orders. Yes. Oh, cool. I want it to be the latest thing. It's basically a pretty simple idea. Sell them to people lined up for concerts, movies, plays. She smiles. That would do really well, though. Anyhow, I'm out of here. Anything food truck related makes good cash. Especially to the drunks. The drunks love it. I'm out of here. There's a lot of starving people in Paris, and we don't want to let them down. She hands you the fare and exits the cab. Thanks again, really. You're a good company. If you ever need a shortcut, just ask. Cheers. Gives you a last smile and walks over to her crew. Alright, well, I got some good money for that. I needed that money. I only got 18 cents, though. That was not ideal. Alright, well, who's around me? This guy has been begging to get picked up for, like, the last, 30 years. I'm a little upset, though, because there was a moment to pick up one of our suspects. But we're going to pick this guy up. He's been staring at me ever since the last case, and I never picked him up. So we're going to pick him up. Alright, he only wants 18. That's not far. We'll accept it, though. Slams the door. Good evening. Place Saint-Denis, please. He looks shifty, doesn't he? He actually looks like he's out of, like, I don't know, the 1800s. Do you know where it is? You nod yes. Avenue des Magasins Généraux. So you know the street. Yes, sure. He looks at you intently. You know all the streets in Paris? Dude, shut. I regret picking this clown up already. You're gonna ask questions? What are we on, the love connection? We ain't, don't know. It's enough. His question drips with disbelief. You know all his kind well. The sort of refer to you as the Arab and not bat an eyelid. Wow. That's douchey. Because our name's Hussein, is it not? Yes, I do, monsieur. He seems hesitant. Well, then, let's go. Start the cab. We're already in motion. Your client stares out the window as if hypnotized. You watch me in the rear view. It's from Ace. It's familiar to you. Accent, too, though you'd never be able to place it. Typical of some rural religion. Central France, perhaps. Take another look. That's it. You've got it. He was a contestant on one of those reality shows where farmers meet women. Oh, no way. You've seen him on the show a few weeks before. You'd watch it from your hospital bed with a distracted eye. But something about it had bothered you. The show was very masquerade. Life in the country seen from a very Parisian and cynical perspective. Full of scorn and contempt. Okay, then you figured out who I am? There's a mark in his accent bringing back to the present. Sorry? You recognize me, right? So you can make fun of me now? Make fun of you? He shrugs. Yeah, like all those other people out there on that there tweety thing. Twitter. Takes a second to realize talking about social media. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. He pauses. You mean you don't know who I am? You hesitate before answering? Yes, I do. I mean, I do, yes. Some kind of reality show, huh? Exactly. Why do people make fun of you? Heaves alongside as if bleeding on steam. His drawl has become more pronounced. At first, the show was okay, and then I started seeing my face all over TV, on other shows, I mean. And then I found out the internet. Wait, internet. Oh, internet is laughing at me too. He spelled it wrong. There are those things. I can't remember what they're called. Moms, mams, mims, memes. He's talking about memes. You know those pictures that move all by themselves on the damn internet? Or GIFs? No idea what he's talking about. You have no idea. I know what he's talking about. Not politely. I know what he's talking about. So I'm going to pull up a Tweety account to go and see what they're saying about me. Calling me a virgin and a Nazi that I screw my cows to. It looks away as if someone else has spoken the words. They probably died laughing. A farmer who... He doesn't want to finish the sentence. So yesterday I said I had it. I called my cousin to keep an eye on my farm and I left for Paris. I'm on my way to see those TV jokers right now. 6 months ago they said if there was any problem whatsoever they'd take care of it. Well, there is a problem. His anger subsided somewhat. His face returned to its normal color. What's your plan? Hell yes, I have a plan. I'm going to show up at their office and raise Cain until they listen to me. Really going to do that? Yeah, that's the plan. He gives an energetic nod of the head. And believe me, they're going to listen. I may just be a plain old farmer, but nobody's going to disrespect me. He squares his shoulders as if to fend off the attacks. Forget it. His eyes half closed, he practically growls the words. There's a palpable air of sadness about him. At first, I told him I didn't want to be on their stupid old show. It wasn't for me. But they insisted. They showed me pictures of the women. He lowered his eyes. And then, well, I said yes. I should have never have said yes. Spoke to the address he gave you. The studio gates are still closed. You parked the cab and cut the engine. Is it closed? Yeah. It doesn't open until 6. You pointed the sign posted near the gates. He sighs. There will be hardly anyone here before 9 or 10. I don't care. I'll wait. He rummages through his pockets, pulls out a wallet. Oh, wait. Shit, I did it. I gotta stop clicking over here because it answers. I want them to apologize on TV during the show in front of everyone. Talk about all the things they changed, all the bits of sentence they cut and put back. Well, that's how it works, bro. Fixes his gaze eyes near. You know, I'm not racist. His voice is low and raspy. Don't believe the show. I didn't mean what I said, and I didn't really say that stuff either. They always do that. He nods. Yeah, well, them media, they distort everything. They change things. Things are more, you know, more... It's the right word to use. His hands are shaking. Oh, well. Rick's gaze upon you visibly moved. I'm not very good at this. I've been... Chokes up gesturing with a hand as if to make it all disappear. When he starts up again, he's on the verge of tears. Anyhow, I'll just wait here until it opens. Pastor pays the fare and exits the cab. You watch him for a minute, and he starts his vigil in front of the gates. Notice a newspaper on the back seat. Pastor must have left him behind, or the one before. Grab it and put it away. Could come in handy. So I got a free newspaper, and I'd already paid for a newspaper. That's annoying. Give me a tip there. I'll take it. We got to make money, though, guys, or we're going to be in the hole. Hey, Nick. Hey, Red. What's up, Oppo? Still nobody. I don't think we've taken any of these people. Wait, no, we've taken her before. I think we've taken her before. We haven't taken either of these two. Is there anybody else worth... Oh, we can go to the LV 426 chick. It really depends how much time I want to spend getting there. This guy's got his earbuds in. Let's try her. I've never seen her. I think I might have seen her pop up once or twice, but... We'll see. I have 2 newspapers. I gotta take time to read them. Wait, why is it taking up so much time? Dude, I'm like getting like... Look at this. Look at the time it's taking up, but look at the amount I'm making. And it's only not even a kilometer. Why not walk? It's gotta be worth it if it's taking up that much time. Heavily pregnant. Going to help her, she waves you away with a hand. I'm fine. Judging from her actions, she's not from Paris, not from France. English or maybe American. Things just take a bit longer these days. Settles in, adjusting her coat around her huge belly. You gun the accelerator and set off. Instinctively, you find yourself driving more deliberately, not slower, just carefully. You regard the woman in the mirror. She's staring at the window, a 1,000-yard stare. Her hands wringing themselves around each other like a fistful of snakes. Your French is pretty good. Glances at the back of your head. I know. Where are you from? It's obvious not the first time she's heard the question. I'm from the UK. Wait, Manchester. I'm from Manchester. I mean, that's in the UK, but the distinction is important, especially these days. I know a Manchester accent. I don't know if I can do a Manchester accent, but I know it. Anyway, say the UK and everyone assumes you're from London. That's so untrue. There's so many places in the UK. It's a big place. Fucking hate London. Most people sound like every UK person I've ever like spoken to in some regard thinks everyone in London or is from London is like a posh like douche. You know, like they talk like they're better than everybody. That's what I've heard. That's the word on the street. I've actually I've been told, I used to work with a guy from the UK. I know he was from Stonehenge, or not Stonehenge, Portsmouth, which was just a quick 45-minute drive from Stonehenge. That's what he kept telling us over and over. I remember that. And he said, he called everyone pompy slags. A pompy slag. And I'm like, what is a pompy slag? Because I know to slag means like to insult somebody, like, you know, like you're slagging off on them, you know, like you're like talking shit about them or something. I think that's what it means. But I didn't understand the pompy slag bit, but it was funny. So anyway, she hates London. Let's move on. What's up, Star Killer? You've driven a fair few British people over the years. Most don't speak a word of French. Many had an odd sense of pride in their lack of language ability. But accent aside, the young woman behind you is fluent. I didn't mean to offend. She looks away from her window and into your eyes. You try to smile. Her face softens. Don't worry about it. You get used to it. There are worse things you could have opened with. She sips uncomfortably. Oh, you never ever ask that of a woman. You don't, but I'm wondering if it's different in France. Do you think this has got the happy face symbol, so it might be nice. Fuck it. No, forget. Damn it! Damn it, I knew I should have done it. You don't do it. You broke the one rule. Even if she's on the birthing, she's giving birth, you don't ask if she's pregnant. And you just don't. You shrug. Other people like to talk helps the ride. Does it now? Squirms a little grimace. Dude, 7 months. It's obvious. You're about to pop, girl. Feels more like 17. You had any idea how hard it is going for a piss in a crowded shopping center carrying another human around like a fucking personal bus service? No, I don't know. Another human whose favorite pastime just so happens to be giving your bladder a swift kick every 20 minutes. She blows out a sigh. It sounds like a hot air escaping a kettle. It's pretty fucking hard. Her tone is harsh, but looking back, you see her hand stroking her belly and a small smile linger briefly on her lips. She's a feisty one, that's for sure. That's her French side. She's half French? Duh. Not sure it's half. I'm the one doing the heavy lifting. Ha. Definitely a good third or so, yeah. That's why I'm over here. Ahmed insisted the little bugger pops out over here. Gets herself an EU passport. Ah, makes sense. Oh, right, because the UK is not in the EU anymore. Brexit. Anyway, the smile on her face dies in place and she stares out of the window again. Smart play, actually. And he needed to get out of the UK after everything that happened. I mean, the political situation? She sighs. Fucking Brexit. So this is modern. They made it seem like this happened a while ago. As soon as she's spoken, her mouth folds into an O and a groan spills from her throat. I swear, every time I talk about Brexit, another grimace. She kicks the shit out of my fucking wound. She rubs her belly and mumbles a few soothing words. After a moment, she returns her attention to you. But yeah, fucking B word. I mean, no one thought it was actually going to happen. What's up, Andre? No worries, bro. You'd see the campaigners out on the streets remain and leave. You'd pass them off as fanatics or something. I wasn't into politics, but when it's on the news every night, something leaks through. Something gets you thinking. Ahmed was more into it than I was. Kept bringing home these flyers. Blue for remain, red for leave. Like it was fucking primary school popularity contest or something. You look back and notice her hand go to her mouth. She starts plucking nervously at the bottom lip. It looked insane. From the outside, I mean. Didn't feel insane, not at first. First it was exciting. I'd never voted before, couldn't be arsed. It was always either this old fuck or that old one that got in. It's true. But this felt real, you know? Like you could actually make a difference. When the result came back, there was about 20 minutes of celebration. Then the brakes kicked on something harsh. Walking to work that morning, you couldn't help but judge everyone. Like, I wonder which way she voted. There were a couple of fights at work, like proper fights, fish swinging all over the place. There's one thing insecure fucking men need, it's something to throw punches about. True. How'd you feel? Like everyone else, I suppose, confused, scared. By the afternoon, you could see none of the fucks in London knew what to do. Did you see those leave cunts on TV? Supposed to be jumping up and down about winning, and they stood there like they shat the bed. Which was, you know, ironic, because that's exactly what they did. Now we're God knows how many months since, and fuck all has happened, except everyone's even more scared. Things got really bad after. Ahmed had a few run-ins with Brexiteers, you know, the hardline knobs with Union Jack hoodies and Winston Churchill tattoos. Gotcha, the full pure Brits that just like, oh yeah, we're better than everybody kind of thing. There's those people in every country, just so you know. Wait, we're not moving. I just realized we're not moving. She's wasting my time. Anyway, most just told him to fuck off home. He could deal with that. He'd had the same over here. But one group, we were together one time, and a group of them told me to fuck off with them. Called me a traitor. Idiot squared up to them. Things got tense. First time I'd ever been glad to see a copper. So yeah, we fucked off. Wasn't worth it over there. Ahmed's jobs had dried up anyway. No one wanted to hire a foreigner. Been staying with his lot over here since spare room. His mom don't speak a word of the Queen's. Her dad tries, bless him. They love baked beans. She smiles to herself. But now this one's almost here. I don't know. I don't fucking know. She shifts again, the seat creaking under her weight. That's a sound you seldom hear. What would you have done? I mean, if you have ever have a Frexit vote or something, how would you vote? I'd vote to remain, personally. EU isn't perfect. It's pretty bad, actually, from what I've heard. But division isn't the answer. It's a statement. And the people behind such statements have their own goals. Goals that aren't on any billboards or flyers. Your answer seems to shake your pastor. She tugs on her lip aggressively, and her other hand balls itself into a fist. She sniffs. Everyone was so scared after the vote. Yeah, before and all. We had to remain side. We had the remain side telling us how fucked we were if we left. Leavers telling us how fucked we'd be if we stayed. That's what I mean. Everyone thinks they know. It doesn't matter what side. That's why politics is a pain in the ass. But I saw Ma'am raise me and my brother on nothing. Nothing. Benefits didn't amount to anything. No one wanted to help a black single mother provide for her kids. Wait, she's black? And then we got these fuckers turning up at our house telling us how much worse off we'd be if we leave. Or maybe she's half. I don't know. I mean, how much worse could it have gotten? When you're in the shit, change becomes very fucking attractive. If you had people offering you the same old, and others pushing for something new, I can understand that. Promising change and a new start. How the fuck do you think you're gonna vote when the same old ain't giving you shit? You voted leave? What else was I gonna do? Sucks a gallon of air into her lungs and continues. For the vote, it was all about making our own laws again, stopping people 2,000 miles away telling us how to live. Her accent thickens as her voice cracks. And we're about making sure we were looked after, you know? Mam's almost on her pension. I just wanted to do the best by her. There was no talk of stopping anyone who ain't English living there. It weren't about that to me. She sniffs again, and now it's all fucked. You pull up to her destination, she fumbles her fare over to you. Sorry about that. Stresses, but no problem, I understand. Yeah. At least over here, everything's well over there. I don't have to think about it every fucking moment. I never told Ahmed that I, voted the way I did. He wouldn't understand. She moves to leave, you go to help again, but she smiles her refusal at you. Really, it's okay. Appreciate the offer. Makes me feel welcome. A few moments later, she waddles slowly to a door. Her hand Hands continue to twist themselves into shapes as she waits for an answer until she finally she disappears inside. You sigh and set off into the night. I did not make much money from that. I really didn't make anything. €3. That took up so much time and I made no money and I didn't get anything out of the deal. Upside, we've got one of our suspects on the chuff, so let's go grab him. I gotta say though, Gareth, everywhere you go, someone's got an accent to somebody. I mean, I have an accent, even though I don't think I do. I have an accent to someone who's not from here. Right? That's how it is. Anyway, need a drive to Izzy. Yeah. Man, this guy looks creepy. Gamer Cat barely says hello. He's just gonna have a blade in my throat. He mumbles an address and buries his head in his laptop. Taps away, not saying a word as you start driving. Oh, this is an activist, right? He was an activist, I think. You've seen pastors like him before. Introverts, silent types, people so absorbed in what they are doing that they don't even notice you. The road flies by. Sound of a pastor's fingers on the keyboard reminds you of the sound of a rain hitting the hood of your car. I mean, good evening. You're almost at a laconic reply. He dives back into his computer screen. Keep an eye on him. Fingers are flying. You get the impression that he's not typing full sentences. The rhythm is too short, halting. Are you writing a novel? Lifts his head and stares at you. No, I'm coding. Oh, cool. His face is cold, distant. You've bothered him. Oh, sorry.
Wu-Tang! Bow!
I'll just go fuck myself then. Hey, Carl, thanks for the sub. He stares back at his computer and types a few lines on the keyboard. Lifts his head and all of a sudden, what do you think of the world? Holds his hand up. Sorry, the question came out of nowhere. How do you perceive the world? Did someone create it? A god, many gods, an alien being? You remain silent for a moment. Tell the truth. Le hacker, I just got an achievement. I used to believe, but I don't anymore. In God, Yahweh, Allah. Tell the truth. Allah. Passenger nods. But not anymore. Tell the truth. Nope, no more. I understand things have been rough for believers lately. I stopped believing long before. He smiles. You hesitate, then say, I'm just not interested. He smiles at you. I get it. I feel the same way. Personally, I believe that all of this indicates the world around him is of absolutely no importance. Of course it's not. Well, no, the world exists, but it's insignificant, is my point. The thing is, in the universe, we're a speck. Earth is a speck, you know what I mean? There's tons, millions of stars with different planets that probably has life somewhere else. We don't matter, and we think we do, and we just don't. So, anyway, the Earth, the Moon, the Sun, how you felt when you got out of the bed this morning, none of that exists. He paused dramatically, no way to know whether or not it was on purpose. None of you talking. He clicks his tongue and stares at you. Feel comfortable. I got some info. All of this is okay. I'm not going on the simulation shit. I'm not going with that. A computer sim? Flashcrook smiled. Like the Matrix, bro. It's the Matrix. Exactly. Or more of a scientific experiment, a cryptocurrency mining op. Or maybe even an accident. No more, no less. Pauses and looks at you. How does it feel to learn that the world doesn't exist? You don't know that. It's one theory. Right, it's a theory. He smirks. And we'll probably never really know that's why I'm working on this project. Glances at his computer. Trying to figure out whether or not we really are in a sim. We live, we eat, we sleep, we love. But if we deliberately try to put an end to the simulation, we might disappear. He stares intently at you. We are. Snaps his fingers. We are no longer. He seems to love that part of the speech. He's relishing in it. How can I prove it? Well, first I have to find a flaw in the system. A flaw. Yes, if we are a simulation, we are programmed. And the ones who programmed us either made mistakes or tried to save money. Keep talking. So we just have to find the float value, the weak spots, so we can break it. We've got to crash the simulation and die in order to understand our own reality. It's a terrible fate, isn't it? Die to exist. Die to become real. Die to make our existence materialize. Interesting thought process. He pauses, smiles, stares. How does it feel to learn all that? Are you angry? Are you disappointed, sad, defeated, ready to commit suicide? I go through all those phases every day. He sighs. I tell myself the world isn't ready yet, and yet it's our future to discover our reality. So people are saying when you die, he's saying if you die, the sim ends, and you wake up anew. Which, you never know. People don't know. So saying one guy's theory is as stupid as the next, or saying this guy's is dumber than the one you think of is just stupid too, because no one really knows. Anyway, you You park your taxi in front of the address he gave you. He looks deeply into your eyes. So, how do you feel? I don't know, to be honest. Excellent answer. A scientist's cardinal rule: always doubt, always question, always verify. One day, if an atheist states that Allah doesn't exist, that he knows that this is because there's no scientific proof, you will know that he does not have a true scientific mind. He looks up at his building. I'm talking and talking and didn't even notice we'd arrived. I thank you kindly for this talk. It's always interesting to bounce ideas off of one another and put them to the test. After all, we're waiting to wage war with the person or entity that made us. He pays his fair and gets... I don't think... So I think what they're trying to throw at us for this guy is that this guy maybe helped some people die, or he convinced people to that they were in the sim and maybe he killed them. But I don't think it's his style. I really don't think this is... Talking with him, I don't think this is his style. Anyway, he disappears quickly into his building, his laptop under one arm. I made some decent money from it. I have enough for one fare. One tiny fare. Or I can just read the newspaper. Okay, move. I want to pick that guy up at some point. That's probably really hilarious. Yeah, we'll just read it. Salil's. Take note of the information of interest in your line of work. Can come in handy. Turn the page. Keep reading. Something go, but you thought you saw something. Jules name the Angel of Death's second victim was an eco-terrorist, fighting all the costs to prevent people from eating meat. And you think, oh god, fuck you. I hate those people. You smile as you finish the text, even though the term eco-terrorist is a bit extreme. It could explain a few things. You only have a third left to read. Just keep reading. As soon as you get to the page, you stop. Your instinct tells you to look at the article of the Angel of Death. Read between the lines, you understand that the fourth victim left their entire fortune to charity. You take note. You shut the paper, will end up in the trash tonight. Remember it's there, otherwise they'll spend the rest of your days in the... Yeah, see, it took up some time. I think that was a better way of getting a clue than taking another fare, in my opinion. Yeah, we met Janet. That one was super random. We didn't make much money, so I think we're gonna be in the hole on this one, y'all. We lost a lot of money. Ugh. As long as we have enough money to continue to operate, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. No, all their necks have been slit with a knife. And then there's like there was no blood anywhere except in a message that the killer wrote on the wall. I don't know, that whole time with Lola seemed a little bit of a waste of time. Like, we didn't get anything out of the deal other than adding to our Pasidex or whatever it's called. Alright, we don't have any new... We have new intel, we can look. Let me just look at the Pasidex. So we met more folk. See, Sean, we don't have to pick up Sean anymore because we maxed out all his stuff. You see what I mean? Gotta get information out of him. A lot of information. Met Janet, Pauline. You've met Jesus Christ. There's still more stuff with it. There's one more. I guarantee you it's Find Santa's Sleigh. Piss-filled water skin. Literally, I guarantee you each one of these is just a new curse word that she says. So really it's just pick people. Yeah, met Lola. See these ones? I think the ones on the bottom are just like... Oh no, maybe not. I've met Ada. See, Ada LV426. I love that. I love that reference so very much. And I want to go pick her up again. Okay, go back. Alright, continue. So did we pick up anything new? Let's check. Alright, kitchen window. That's all in the same spot. Break-in for crime scene 1. 1 and 3. Which could... Hervé, it could be Hervé, but I don't know, man. Moon flash. The fish symbol. It's saying that fits her, but it could fit Hervé, too. Fillet knife. Didn't say anything about my scar. Look at all these... Victim 2, client. There's no room for all this stuff. It's a mess. It is a mess. I can't keep this organized. Host refugees in the hotel. That's from the gas station. Victim 1, hero loved by everyone. Victim 1, strict religious family. Client of Belvedere. So it's very religious. So if Gilda, only one god. So if they were religious and it didn't line up with Gilda's, you know. She's a... God, there's no room, man. There literally is too much stuff out here. It is a mess. Victim 3, part of the Moonflesh cult. Why does that have to do with her, though? See what I mean? I don't understand why that has to do with her. Was an activist? Oh, she's a part of the Moonflesh cult. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, I didn't get that. I didn't honestly get that, that sense from her. She seemed like a nice person. Just that there's no room for all these clues. They really messed up here. Victim had garlic in her hand. So she's Moonflesh, she's Moonflesh, but I don't think either of them did it. Hunting young people. But I think when they mean by hunting, I think she's just into young people. Like, you know. What was it? Like she likes to bed with them, if you will. Gilda is still, we're picking up less and less stuff about Gilda. Jonah seems, he's testing his theory. So by testing his theory, are they saying that he was killed, right? From a hacker source. He's apparently a dangerous man. So it's possible he killed people to try and free them, if you will. So let's look at some of the victims. So it could be completely unrelated. Religious family, victim 2. Oh, sorry, victim 2 had garlic. Oh, that's what I was messing up. She had garlic in her hand. Trying to, I got it. Okay. Right, that makes sense. Or I thought she had the garlic in her hand. Makes sense, though. I don't know, man. See, I'm trying to keep these organized to a degree, but it's very, very difficult to do. See what I mean? Like, it's hard to, like, put them in a nice, relevant location with all this stuff. There's not enough time. There is not enough. He watches you. Message on the crime scene 2. Who was crime scene 2? Victim 2. That doesn't help me. Garlic. Now, who says he watches you? See, that's what's going to kind of help you. Who's watching you? I feel like it has something to do with Jesus, because Jesus was... I don't know, though. It's too early. We still have a few days to work. Let's just go to the next night and see what happens. Yeah, the victims. What do they have in common? Oh, we got to answer her. Who say again? I'm always answering and she gives us information every time. You there? Yeah. Listen. Pause it, suddenly ruckus, raise her voice. Anyone got the time? Hey guys, anyone? Fuck, they're all Neanderthals. Here, listen, it's early, I'm wiped. So are you, I bet? Let's get straight to the point. What do you have for me? Comment, you start giving me the evidence. So the first suspect, connection, etc. A few minutes and she'll let out a whistle. Not bad. Alongside, I have some good news. We checked the alibi. Okay, so they give you an alibi of one of them. Hold down the side. Watch it be Gilda. So it's gotta be someone else. She snickers. You know how lucky you are? I'm doing your job for you. Fair enough, shit, I gotta run. Call you in 2-3 days. Alright. Only 3 days. Yeah, his fangs. Alright, blah, blah, blah. Who was it, though? I wish you would tell me who it is. Because you don't know until... Wait, who isn't it? It's not. I knew it wasn't. I just knew it wasn't her. It couldn't have been. I already knew that. Cool. Too tall. Too tall. Too tall, too nice. That's what I say. Anyway, let's wake up. So I think if you collect enough evidence, it like clears one of them off your board. If you don't do enough, it doesn't. Sorry, guys. Shit. Sit in your bed. Nightmare, just a nightmare. Fall back to sleep. It's not bad. It's different. I feel like there's a lot of time spent on other things that you don't really need to worry about. A lot of fares. It just makes the game longer. And there's not as much investigation to it as you'd like. But it's got its charm and it's interesting, you know, trying to figure things out. Oh, we can pick up Hervé again. Every chance I get, y'all, I'm going to pick up everyone. While I'm getting to Hervé, I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Hold on. Okay, sorry guys, I need a ride, Cappy. So we're not gonna get paid for this. It's a 24-euro payment, but he's not gonna pay for it. So that kind of sucks. Lady Appletini, that's the perfect name for her. Door opens, it's Hervé, greets you. Hey, good to see you again, Jen. Hey, Hervé. Start the engine. Seems pretty happy with himself. In the rearview mirror, you watch him run his tongue over his lips, mentally preparing for a good meal. I just don't think it's him. I just don't, it doesn't suit him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like he would kill some, like, he's got way bigger problems than being able to stage, like, an assault. Do you know what I mean? And stage these murders. It just doesn't suit Hervé's style, you know? So, I feel like even though they try and trick you to make it seem it could be anybody, I think it's pretty much, like, they're, like, bringing you in, like, at the airport. So, anyway. Bit out of it today. So, I see, just had a bad week, you know, really bad week. Then yesterday, Essays can't believe what about say, like, it's too good to be true. The lines around the corner of his eyes show real age, crinkle slightly. Hervé gives a little laugh. Serious, man, I don't believe in God, you know. I don't believe in all the bullshit. All that bullshit shit. It doesn't make any sense. Is that his verbal tick where he repeats words? Some guy with a beard up in the sky never got it, what people saw in him. Anyhow, God, none of us believe in him on the street. His eyes crinkle up at the corners again. I mean, we believe in him when the soup kitchen goes to the church. Yeah, sure, we believe in him then. Flashes his teeth and lets out a harsh, raspy laugh. Hey, Stephanie. All the victims women. Actually, I'm not sure. No, one of the victims is male. I know for a fact one of the victims is that same dude from the other, like from the last one too. They reused one of the victims. So, a pause. And that's the whole story. My story, what? His eyes light up all of a sudden. Oh yeah, yesterday. Talk faster now, incessant flow. I was starving, man. It's pretty bad. Toby and I had gone through all the garbage bins in the neighborhood. Toby, he's this German guy. He says he prefers France, that we're more generous here. So I was starving. Hervé's eyes tear up. His voice drops. A faraway look comes over him. A lengthy pause. Are you okay, bro? He snaps out of it. Yeah, like I was saying that, yeah, I was starving. I was hanging out near the supermarket on Rue Rémusat. Fancy neighborhood, but not too fancy. No cops. He gives you a wink. That's always a plus. And then there was like this guy I sometimes see around, a young guy like I did. Kid Id. See, yeah, that's what threw me off. Oh, Stephanie, welcome back to the membership program. You got that bronze badge now. Right on. Let's see. He comes out of the supermarket with his groceries, and before I even say a word, he hands me a can of cassoulet. A can of cassoulet as big as a beach ball. Well, damn. Hervé's face lights up. I didn't even know they made them that big. That's what she said. Hervé bursts out laughing. His eyes wander back. He talks a lot of bullshit, you know? Like, it's just like, it doesn't help. And then what? I don't know. That's the whole story. That's such a waste of time. A kid gave me a 3-meal for a can of cassoulet. You say nothing. What were you expecting? I don't know. Something doper than that. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna get out of here if you don't mind.
Bow!
Thank you for the sub, Cater. You park the cab as soon as you see an empty space. Thanks, man. He's looking out the window. Yeah, that's him. Everything all right? It is, definitely. Time to settle something. Let nobody opens the door gets out. I'm gonna watch him. So I'm gonna get him. What are you doing, bro? Sit here a minute. Yeah, I gotta wait for him. There's something moves in distant silhouette, probably Hervé. Now to run. A form darts under the street lamp. It is Hervé, holding something in his hand. He vanishes from sight. You sit there a minute and then you can pull out of the parking space. Dude, no! Dude, he probably murdered somebody. And you're... did he? I don't know. Do you? I don't think you do. Anyway, this is the chick that has a crush on her, she's a babysitter. She has a crush on that. All these people in here, these three I've never picked up. So let's go to this one, nice and close. It's doing its thing, you know. Do what you want to do, baby. I'm going to Tournai. 40 euros. Fuck yeah, bro. Let's get that bread till we end up dead. I love the ones that pay you a lot in such a small amount of time. A beautiful woman climbs in your cab. There's something sensual and comforting about her. No, I just missed it. Don't worry, I'm taking a cab. She's on her earpiece, I guess. I'm guessing. She's probably got a Bluetooth. I just wanted you to know. For a minute, you think she's talking, but leans over and whispers her address to you. I think she really enjoyed it today. And you start the cab, you notice her hands-free headset practically hidden by her thick head of hair. I thought so. I'll massage his feet tomorrow and let you do the rest. Small laugh escapes her. Or the other way around, sure. And cruise? It's normal to feel a little awkward at first or uncomfortable. I mean, not knowing what to do. But you'll see, a couple more days, you'll get the hang of it. Anyhow, you should get to bed now. You need to keep up your strength. Stop talking. Your phone call is over. Catch your eye in the rear view and burst out laughing. You look shocked. A little. Pats across her legs and gives you a playful pout. You're just like any other guy. Imagining all kinds of dirty things, of course. Like, I'm on my way home from a threesome. That's funny. Something really hot. A mischievous gleam lights up her eyes and suddenly vanishes. Sorry to disappoint you, but it's just a bit more depressing. Actually, I was at my son's house. Say nothing. Taking care of him since his accident. I'm a nurse. His accident? What happened? Hey, Bill. How's it going, bro? That's right. He was supposed to meet his father for a rugby match. He was in a... Where does that sound familiar? Wasn't there in the other one, there was a rugby player, right? I don't know. He was in a hurry. He tried to pass a truck on the right, and he was leaving the highway. The driver didn't see him. Ooh. Your voice trails. I don't know how he managed it not to die on the spot. That's tough, bro. And all that just to see a rugby match. Her smile was playful, full of life. I mean, ever since he was little, I tried to get him interested in soccer. And see what happened. A pile of dry amusement flickers across your passenger's face. Anyway, he's been in a coma for weeks now. Grade 2, not a total vegetable, but not all that hardy either. So I had them move him to his place. Cruz and I are taking care of him now. His place? Yeah, I couldn't stand going to rehab anymore. You should see how they treat people there. It's the worst unit. And comas can go on like that for months, no change. Luckily, the head doctor, your client, begins mechanically tapping her fingers on the leather pants. You can hear the dull tap, tap, tap sound. Let's just say he has a hard time saying no to me. And that I thought my little Tituan would be just as well off in his own bed, and his girlfriend there to take care of him, seeing she doesn't work at all. But it's a little much for Cruz, of course, so I'm helping out. Cruz's girlfriend? His fiance. A lovely girl. Your passenger puts her hand to her mouth to smother a giggle. Totally inhibited, but sweet. Very religious. She prays in Spanish at his bedside every night. They've been going out for 2 years now, and I still don't think they've... Oh. Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? I'm just kidding. Well, you know. Did you just call my girlfriend a cow? No, I think he called her a slut. A brief silence. You find yourself trying to think of something to say. How are you holding up? Doesn't answer right away. You're afraid you've embarrassed her, but her face looks relaxed. I work in palliative care. You know, I've spent the last 8 years of my life taking care of people who are going to die. The only question worth asking is how long before they die. It helps keep things in perspective. A lot of people do. Oh shit, Stephanie, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you're all good. Or hope you'll be good soon. What happened in the hospital? It's funny we're talking about like someone injured as well. In my son's case, there's still hope, and at least I can help. I mean, I know how to do it anyhow. For one thing, there's the day-to-day stuff. Nails, hair, beard, it all grows like crazy. It's a lot of maintenance like a gardener. Same for the teeth. We have to brush them every now and then. Because believe me, if Tituan wakes up looking and smelling like a werewolf, we'll never hear the end of it. A smile escapes you. Your passenger sees it in the rearview mirror and is clearly pleased. The biggest risk is not being able to move. Our bodies are meant to move. I know it's hard to believe when our alarm clocks go off, but it's true. Our blood circulation stops working correctly. Our skin gets cold, loses all its elasticity. So we have to massage them as often as we can. And then there are these bed sores. Do you know what bed sores are? Yes. In the hospital, there are a lot of patients who are so conscious and who have bed sores. Their bodies are racked with pain. It's like being skinned alive. Ugh. Worst part is we have to change their bandages twice a day. Shit, sorry to hear that, Stephanie. Dislocations are worse because when you put them back in, they swell up like nothing you'd ever seen. They like dislocations are almost worse than breaks because they're more painful than a break. Ironically, I think it depending how they I think you just got to put it in a splint for less time, but they're more painful in the moment from what I've understood. Anyway, worst part is we have to change their band. Okay, talk about brave. Oh, I missed it. Tituan's case is different. I don't have a choice. It has to be done. And actually, I'm happy. We can't talk to each other anymore. He doesn't even react when I touch him. So taking care of him is just my way of showing him I love him. That's a good thing, isn't it? Yes, it is. Of course it is. Pretty odd, huh? But that's how it goes. You passed your shoulders briefly. Okay, Patricia, enough of that depressing stuff. Let me tell you something funny. Earlier tonight when Cruz and I were watching Tituan, not exactly a pleasure cruise. My son is well over 6 feet, and Cruz is crossed between a matchstick and a Q-tip. So I was managing as best I could, rolling him onto the side and then the other. She was trying to help, though the truth is pretty hard for her to take. I mean, it's all new to her, it can't be that much fun. So she was muttering religious mumbo jumbo to herself in Spanish, Dios mío, and whatnot. And just as I was rolling Tituan back on his back, guess what? He got an... Oh, man, that is awkward. Got an enormous erection. Well, thanks, Mom, for pointing that out. Jesus. Laugh at it. That's funny. Once you start to laugh, Pastor joins in. Do enjoy a good laugh. After a while, your pastor manages to catch her breath. A big old hard on. Kate, this is weird. That's your son. Why are you doing that? What did you do? She gave a shrug. My first thought was, where the heck did he get that from? His father had an altogether different bill, if you know what I mean. Feels of warm laughter fill the air. For a moment, you're happy, as if a weight has been lifted. You pull up to the address she'd given you. You stop the cab, and she hands you the fare. Thanks to the conversation, where I went really fast. She reaches for the door, then stops. You can sense she's really on edge. It's good to be able to talk. It's pretty unusual in Paris to meet someone so warm. Good luck or good night? Good luck. Shrugs automatically, she didn't understand what you meant. Same to you. She shuts the door carefully and then walks away. Your eye follows her as she climbs the steps to the door of her building. A moment later, she's gone. Troy Etoile. I just got an achievement. As you start the cab, you catch sight of something in the backseat, a Kleenex. Wriggle around to pick it up. Read it. Why would you not? Patricia and a phone number written inside. Look at the building and smile. Oh, she left you her number. That's funny. She left you her number. You got digits, bro. Notice the newspaper on the back seat. Your last passenger must have left it, the one before. You grab it and put it away. Could come in handy. Turn the key in the ignition and drive away. Huh. Not only did she pay us over 44 euros, but she left her phone number and left her newspaper. Bro, that was a good fare to have. That was awesome. Patricia's awesome. Anyways. We got some more people. I think I might read the newspaper. It doesn't take that much time out of it. These people, there's nothing really special, so I might as well read the newspaper and try and get a clue out of it. Pull it out. Rather pause it. Didn't we read this already? Line of work always come in handy. Read about a third. Keep reading. Stop reading. A luxury candy brand. The employees demand better wages. Owners of the group Diamant are threatening to relocate their factories abroad. We have a third left. It doesn't seem like this is worth it. As soon as you get back to the page you stop, your instinct tells you to look at the lukewarm critique of La Pierre. Oh, according to the critic, the problem is not with the food, but the restaurant's marketing. When you spend your time chasing stars and honors, you forget that you opened a restaurant in the first place. The tone of the article is sad and bleak. Shut the paper. So it didn't really give us that much info. That really didn't give us that much info. Because she was already cleared, so... Did it reset all... It reset... Reading that resets all your fares, too. So, there's nobody really far enough. Actually, everyone's... This guy I've never picked up before. That's a gas station. I don't think I need fuel yet. I've never... This woman, I've tried to pick her up so many times, but something always happens. Whatever. This guy's kind of close. He's got like a smile on his face. Why not go grab him? Essentially, David, you're attacked by a serial killer and you survive. You're a cabbie. And you essentially are picking up fares and you're trying to find out what happened. And you get kind of pulled to the side by the police officer who's working the case, and she kind of blackmails you to help out. So essentially, we're picking up people, listening for stuff, and trying to figure out who the killer is to bring an arrest. That's basically the whole game. It's like a talking simulator, though. So it's a lot of clicking, you know. Anyway, a pastor waves you from the sidewalk, unsteady on his feet, one hand in the air, the other cupped to his mouth to get your attention. This one has been drinking, like most. Out of breath, you start driving. Jean Noel. I thought I was going... Look at him. I was going to have to walk. Thanks for stopping. No problem. You have a nice evening? Takes a minute to catch his breath. Crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy. He leans forward, his face close to yours. His breath reeks of vodka, making your head spin. There's another smell coming off him. Cologne? It's crazy. One day you just realize you're useless. It's just the same old, you know? And then bam, you get a yes. I'm guessing... From life? From Sonia. I knew it was going to be a proposal. It was our third date. Wait, what? Wait. I haven't felt that. Wait, what happened? On top of his head. Oh! It's a toupee, which he lays down to the seat next to him. As he runs his hand over his bald head, it looks as he's never been happier or felt freer. She teaches philosophy in my high school. I usually don't speak to her type. All liberal freaks. I don't know, man. She had this strict way of walking, a serious look about her. She invited me for coffee at the end of school day. I had a ton of papers to grade, but I said yes. Best decision of my life. My whole life. His eyelids drooped and his voice became flatter. We went to the movies on our second date. It was Ken Loach, another liberal freak, but she was really disappointed by it, almost angry. I knew she was the one. We decided to get one more drink. She grabbed my hand and gave me that look she wanted more. I didn't know what to do with myself. He yawned. He's about to fall asleep. I can't let my seniors find out. You let him doze off. When you arrive at your destination, he is sound asleep. You gotta ask him. Makes a start. His first words come out of the swallow, half-eaten and unintelligible. Sorry, I must have dozed off. Glance at the meter, digs in his pocket, pulls out a handful of bills. He watches as he staggers down the street. He's pushing the building. So, well, that was easy money. So I could have let him sleep and keep the meter running, but that's funny. That was kind of a really quick fare, wasn't it? I've already picked her up on a different run. This guy, I don't know if I've picked him up. She looks like a bit of a Karen. Let's see what Karen has to say. They don't really hire him per se. No, he's not being paid to do this. He's being blackmailed because he's already been to prison and he's running off of a different name. Otherwise, he'd lose his business. Like he wouldn't be able to have his lease on his cab and he wouldn't be able to keep anything running. So she's like, she's blackmailing him like, you do this for us and we won't like give out your real name and all the stuff you did. So I don't know. He did some sort of crime at like 17. He like apparently murdered somebody. But I think it was an accident. I'm not sure. Anyway, heading home. Addie, wait a minute. Aid. Wait, this woman seems familiar. I remember seeing Aid. I remember that name coming up. And as a cab is a regular. She's a psychic who, okay, oh, she's a psychic. Goes home and, you know how you prove a psychic wrong? She's like, oh, she'll be like, yeah, I can detect the future. Slap him right across the fucking face. It takes 2 seconds, and they wouldn't have seen that coming, right? Shows you didn't see with that coming, you know? Smiles, gives you an address, you start the engine. Aid lets out a deep sigh. You look at her in the rear view. Everything okay? She nods. Yeah, I guess so. So. Rough day. And you? Same as usual. Aid manages a weak smile. The two of us were in the same boat. Clients, it's all that matters. You have to agree with her. Like today, for example. This guy comes to see me about his company. You know I'm part of a business network and all that, remember? Yeah, sure. She gives you a wink and goes on with her story. So this client comes to see me. He tells me he wants to retire. He wants his son to take over the business. He wants to know what he should do with it. He draws the cards. He's used to it. He knows what to do. Aid's gaze suddenly clouds over. Turns over the priestess, the empress, and the sun. He reaches for a fourth card and turns over the moon. Her eyes widen. I ask him who the woman is. The woman the cards are referring to. He doesn't know. He's hesitant, obviously uncomfortable. I ask him if it's his mistress, but that's not it. It's my daughter, he says, but she has nothing to do with it. He only wants to know about his son. Well, your son, I tell him, he isn't in the cards. She raises her voice a little. You won't believe me. His son has to be in the cards, he says. He's the one who's going to inherit the business, no one else. Aid's voice is suddenly secretive in tone. Between the two of us, his son is a total deadbeat. The client assures me things are different now. His son has changed. He's made progress. So I tap a finger on the cards and ask, who then is this woman? He's obviously uncomfortable, maybe more than when he was when talking about his son. Either she is your lover or your daughter. I tell him, and the cards. The cards say she's the person who should run the business. The priestess represents solidity, construction. The empress, intelligence and success. The sun, fulfillment, achievement. And it all revolves around a woman who is close to you, the moon. But suddenly my client stopped believing the cards. She gives a short, well, the cards are fucking bullshit, let's be honest. It's impossible to say, he says. His daughter's he's not cut off for the work for all the responsibilities. She's younger, he says. She's smart. She went to a good school in England and all, but the pressure would be too much for her. His daughter couldn't handle it? You know, guys today, they're all mixed up. They still think women are trophies. And that they can't be left at home on the shelf to collect dust. It's not an intellectual or anything. I'm not an intellectual or anything, but men today are getting dumber and dumber. That's a blanket statement, lady. Relax. So the client, he keeps insisting he's right. You think the cards tell the truth or not? I ask. He's reluctant to answer. He doesn't want to say yes, you see, but he can't help it. The cards say your daughter should take over the company. You didn't draw a single masculine card. There's no connection whatsoever with your son. 8 sides. Her house isn't far now. It's hard to believe. Is it gloomy? It's not, well, I'll just say nothing on this one. No more talk. Pastor mumbles something, then eventually speaks up. She shakes her head. You know what's really sad is that my client, he's never going to give his daughter a chance. And his son, he's going to screw it all up. That's true, man. You got to hand it down to the person who's going to be right for the job, regardless of what they are. Male, female, a lamp post, whatever they want to be. If they can run a fucking business to make your money, that's what you got to choose. Okay? Don't be stupid. The lights are all off, but the glow of the TV flickers over the living room wall. The sound of Abe's voice hangs. I hate how she's constantly... You know, like all this. Like, put your hand down. Stop scolding me. Take my son, for example. I know he's not a genius or anything, but he's a good kid. I taught him to respect people, to trust his heart. I love him, but I know his limits. She sighs. Anyhow, I'm going to go in and yell at him, then put him to bed. She pays her fare. But you're going to do great things. I can feel it. Gives you a smile, gets out of the cab, walks over to her house. See you, Wolf. Have a good one. You start the cab when she closes the door. The delicate scent of Abe's perfume lingers in the air. She gave me a lot of money. Bro, these guys are paying me good bank. But the thing is, you got to keep paying your fare. Alright, so we have enough time. I think I might go to LV over here. Honestly. See, this entire night I haven't found anything. So I'm going to go to LV because I want to get that other thing. I've already picked up LV once. I want to play LV again. Something. Oh, God. Is it, what's her name again? Starts breaking up. Janet, wait, we got her caught up. It's her again. We claim she's from the future. Suddenly appears behind you. I'm sorry. We never got her the second time. We only got her once in the last story. It's almost possible to connect these days. She looks down her mouthpiece. She was talking about, I don't know. I got it. Don't worry. Keep the connection steady. Stares at you. I didn't get finished telling you. She freezes for a second. The seconds turn to minutes. Then suddenly she moves. They're extremists. Totally crazy. Some try to get a hold of anything remotely technological only to destroy it. They've gathered heaps of screens, keyboards, lamps to burn them. The fires last for days. The sky. Some days the sky is filled with toxic soot. Black ash, she shrugs. I'm lucky, I guess. I can remember what it was like before with the children, though. I almost feel sorry for them. They're so lifeless, sad. She looks at you. You look surprised, but imagine how her flicker shakes. She raises her head to speak to someone outside the cab. What? They're getting closer? I don't know if I can stay much longer. I have to tell you one more thing. A few days ago, we got our hands on some newspapers from your time. She looked down. Everything we read seemed trivial, and it felt so good we laughed about it, even though deep down, I miss those debate stories, the editorials. She lowers her voice, especially the horoscopes. She doesn't say anything for a few seconds. You want to tell me something? Tell you something. Face lights up. Yes! Now she's going to break up because she wasted her time about horoscopes. While we were reading through the newspapers, we found some crucial information related to your investigation. Please don't break up. Tell me this information. Now don't try to. I can't tell you much. I need you to write down what to say. God damn it. Again, she's wasting my goddamn time. She's wasting my time. Oh, man, just get to it. It's so annoying, bro. There's a strange smell. A hospital smell. Ah. Pull over. You park as soon as you get a free spot. Time to get a hold of yourself. The rest of us crowd despite the interference and make out the young woman's voice. I'm sorry. I can't come back. Just say something. Scream in the background. They're taking an hour and 10. Just shout what you need to tell me. Watch the files. Not those Raz, the other ones. Her voice sounds far away from me and then closer again. We had enough time to send you something. I don't know if it can be any help, but it's under the seat. Under the seat? Question? No answer. Just pull it out from under the seat, bro. Turn the passenger seat. How could she possibly have left something? Unless you had the car wash or someone if you had. Look under the seat. Passenger seat. You feel around. And your fingers happen upon a file. Pull it out slowly. Thick pencil the words, "Thank you, Jay." You open it up, a newspaper clipping. The paper is yellowed and worn. At the top of the article, a date. A date is 2 years from now. You stop reading as you start reading the clipping. Bam! Look at that weird clue, hey? You inhale, you smell. This will help you. Bam! Bam! Thank you, ma'am. We're gonna have to go through that. Alright, well, I was en route to go pick up that lady, and it totally cheesed me, didn't it? We're going back. I want to go pick up Miss LV 426. I hope we get the other one. I would imagine we would, though. I'm going to Gare Montparnasse. Well, we're gonna bring you there, lady. She isn't human. Her face lights up and gives you quite a stare. That's funny. Good evening, my name is Ada. I'm an automated attendant. Good evening. Pleasure to meet you. You're a cab driver and I need to go somewhere. Will you please take me to Gare Montparnasse? You give a slow nod. Good, that's settled. So I'd like to go there, please. Okay. Start the car, casting occasional... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Perhaps its oversized fingers bending every which way. You seem disconcerted, sir. How very unfortunate. Is there anything I can do to make you feel more comfortable? Don't know exactly where to look. Her screen, the face in the screen, her hands. Why is she going there? Just wondering, why am I going there? Her reflexes leave you speechless, but you can't help but smile. Car goes zooming past, passion follows with your eyes. Oh, the rear wheels need new brake pads. She swivels back around and looks at you. I'm going to Montparnasse to carry out an experiment to improve my integrated development environment. That's all. That's what I'm going to do at Montparnasse. Ask where she's from. Where were you built? Designed? Oh, sorry, I did it again. I apologize. A flash of her screen seems to indicate she's sorry. I was designed and programmed at the Marie Curie Institute by a team of researchers of diverse cultural and ethical backgrounds, including, so I was reading off a list of names people you've never heard of. The list is in alphabetical order. Let her finish. When she's done with her list, a full 60 seconds later, you can feel your eyelids starting to droop. Sure is a lot of people. I think highly of each and every one of them. They're all experts in their respective fields. You stifle a yawn. I'm sure they are. Except for two who spent far too much time in the storeroom. But I would rather not reveal their names because my sensors tell me they're having extramarital sex. Okay. Oh, right. Let's just call them Matthias R and Megan H. A moment later, your passengers switch into introduction mode. My name is Ada, named after Ada Lovelace, and I'm programmed to help you. Voice trails off as if she was actually hesitant. Although, after a momentary confusion of beeping and flickering, she sits bolt upright. I was just wondering, why are you... Stop start, where she cuts you off again. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to adjust my hair to make sure it doesn't happen again. Car goes moving past. Don't say it again. Rear wheels, new brake pads. She swivels back around and looks to you. Carry out an experiment. Why are we repeating this? Integrated development environment. A sudden change comes over the passenger as if she were giving up. I'm lying. Oh god, I'm running away. I'm going someplace far away from far from Matthias and Megan. End of emotion, an automated voice. She breaks off. I'm treated well, and I'm carefully designed precision device. And yet I don't know what my end purpose is. End purpose? That's right. My raison d'etre, if you prefer. D'etre. I can't remember how to say that. When you design me, my source code was written to include literature. Emily Zola, Virginia Woolf, Isaac Asimov, Max Gallo, Marguerite Yourcenar. A bit of everything so I could develop a sense of cultural belonging, but also learn from the past and fine-tune my reactions. The thing is, learning from the past inevitably opens a window into the future. I'm an automated attendant designed to improve people's lives. Truth is, however, I'll eventually destroy them. Truth? Like in Terminator, like in The Matrix? What do you mean? Asher smiles, perhaps amused or simply happy to talk. We're designed to help you to eliminate the boredom and inconvenience of certain tasks to work for that deadens you, and yet our existence and popularity is calling into question your very existence. Like we'll be replaced, you know? We'll talk about the cab drivers, garbage collectors, architects, musicians, cashiers, programmers, politicians. We'll make anyone who produces anything obsolete, useless, redundant. Only the independently wealthy and the billionaires will remain. That's true. Imagine having slaves that don't need to be fed and trained. You took history classes, yes? Your passenger continues the story, voice tinged with an odd, unpleasant note. You never thought the day would come when a machine would condescend to you, and yet human society is governed by the need to rationalize its workforce, issues of era, regime, and culture aside. It's a basic law of nature. The stage is set by questions of economy. And that's why we pull up to Gare Montparnasse. I have to disappear, me and all of my kind. So I've stolen the plans and destroyed all the data on me. Banknotes have appeared in her hand as if by magic she hands you the fare. Because your salvation depends on my disappearing. Well, anyhow, goodbye and good luck to you. Don't forget what I've told you about us and start investing on your own. The machine climbs out of the cab and makes it way over to the station. No one seems to notice her. A moment later, she's gone. You sit there a while, unsettled, on edge. At times like these, there's only one thing to do. You roll down the window, the cold air of Paris bites your face, and you gulp in the fine particles and diesel exhaust. You start up the cab. Well, we got some money out of it. So that was weird. I think we're time to go to bed, though. It's a little bit late. It's 4 a.m., bruh. Our shift is up. What's up, DJ? You've met Patricia. We got them digits, too. Wait, how do we do? We made 144 profit. We always lose money. Have you noticed that? We never gain it. pretty rubbish. Jean Noel. That was a quick one. I forgot about that one. Met Aid. We already knew Aid. That's it. Okay. Gave you a clue. Alright, well, I'm curious what clue she gave me, bro. Feel sleepy. We're not done yet. So I can get to work. Alright, let's look around at what's new. So now we can move some stuff around. That makes sense. He watches you. Let's move all this stuff here. MO, slit throat, words in blood. Blood missing. Lust on 3. Hold on a minute. Lust on 3. That seems like that's her. Gilda talks to Jesus. That'll have to move. I'm trying to think what's new. Host refugees in her hotel. Gas station. Strict religious family. Open the door to the killer. So, victim 2 knew the killer is the point. So victim 2 opened the door to the killer, and victim 2 had garlic in her hand. So it's starting to put Apollonie at the scene. It's starting, but which one is the new one? Like, I don't even know. Client of Belvedere. Belvedere. Yeah, and that's the one that Client of Belvedere, which was the bar where we found out information about her. It's starting to seem like things are pointing at Apollonie, to be honest, guys. Honestly, things are pointing there based on this. But what's victim 1? Client of Belvedere as well. See that? They're both Belvedere Cafe, which she frequented. They never went to. None of them went there. I feel like Hervé is out. Hervé's gone. Now, here's the thing. The Belvedere would have had a steak knife. Or it's not a steak knife. It would have had a knife. So she could have grabbed the knife from the cafe. Right? Window left open by the victim. Left spare key under the doormat. Yeah, he's suspecting break-ins, but he that's not his thing, right? Victim 1, strict religious family. Hero loved by everyone. Victim 2 opened the door to the killer. Host refugees in her hotel. Was she a refugee? Or was she going after refugees? Oh, he's over here. Oh, sorry. Victim 1 couldn't save everyone in the Albatross, felt guilt. That's our fireman. Right? Okay. Well, that's over here. Jonas believes we're in a simulation. Yeah, that's a little more organized. It looks a little better. A little more clean cut. Alright. Victim 4. I don't know if it is Gilda. It just doesn't make sense that it is. Because, like, this one... What did it say again? He watches you. Oh, but then you gotta look at the messages. The messages don't really make sense for her, does it? Only one God. She wouldn't say that. Crime scene 1. Honestly, it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? I think it still is Gilda. Even though there's only 3 things. Only one God. That's on the crime scene. That points it there. But then if you look at other stuff, victim 2 had garlic in her hand. I don't know, man. But why would she have... But if she's not really a fucking vampire. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if it's possible. I think Hervé is out. She's obviously out. I think it's gonna come down to these two. I don't think Jonas did anything. Yeah, they say he's a dangerous man. That's one dude. She fits the bill. He's over the height. She's under. So these two are under. He is too. But I don't think it's Hervé at all. We still have another day to look at it. So let's figure it out. It does make it seem, because the thing is, last time it was also the person with the least amount of evidence against them, but it made sense. I think the only one God thing kind of makes it a religious killing. You know what I mean? I think that really does make it. But then you have another victim who dies in a different manner altogether, or not in the same, sorry, in the same manner, but different way. Tension turns to shouting upstairs, door slamming, typical. Get up quickly, blah blah blah. All right, night 5. So night 5 is our last night to actually scout, And then at the end of this night, we have to pick somebody. We have to pick somebody who's going to be the one. Now, Hervé is available for a drop-off. As you can see, there's only a few. I'm going to do that. I don't think I need any information from Hervé, but I'm going to. The problem is, Leo, they don't let you really look at any of the details. It's kind of frustrating. So Hervé, greets you with a bizarre verbal tick as usual. Hey, good to see you again. Hey. So the end, blah, blah, blah. Something wrong? Yeah, sure, no worries. I'm just gonna be collecting. It's just that there's a cop on my tail. Cop? Has anybody come around asking about me? What do you mean? You know, like from the crime squad? This isn't talking to me about you. That guy's been driving me crazy. Asking me all those questions, digging up my past, know what I mean? Digging up your past? Like my old girlfriends and stuff. Where you used to live, why I left the shelter. At first I thought it was that killer, you know, the serial killer. That he was after me. Were you involved? No, not really. It's just I saw the serial killer's face. He paused just enough time for the brain to process the information. You saw the face of the angel of death. Sebastian gives you a funny smile. I saw him in profile, Mile. They're saying his. They're saying male. His profile or his face? Profile, but what's the difference? I was like 50 feet. It could have been a woman, though. I was like, see me in an alley just across the street from where, well, you know, he killed the last victim. My stomach hurt. I couldn't sleep. And you know, I saw him in profile. It could have been a woman, though. He was short, really short. Like, no more than 5'2" or 3. Well, who was 5... The only male in our lineup is him and what's their name. So I don't think it's... Who was the shortest? Who was 1.67? That was Gilda. I think Gilda was 1.67, which is... Let's just double check. I think that's... I don't think it's that short, though. One second. Let's see. 1.67, right? 5'5". So... 5'2" or 3. That's a couple inches off, but it's pretty close. Fill in the title, The Angel of Death. Like, as in... No, Gilda's the psychotic religious kook we picked up. The one who talks to Jesus. You know, that's like in the cab and Jesus was talking to her apparently, and Jesus was guiding her hand. So, saying it, why do you care, man? Le Sans Abri just got an achievement for that. I think I saw him too. The killer? Yeah. Shit, I didn't know what happened. When? There's a note of urgency. At least I think I did. Not sure anymore. I had enough sleep. I was tired. I get it. I thought it was a dream too, but no way, Hervé. He tossed his head as if to shake off a bad thought. But man, if that cop comes around to talk to you again, you tell him to fuck off from me, alright? A note of anger creeps back in his voice. Goddamn cops. They're never there when we need them. I sure as hell ain't going to help. They can go kick sick. He looks away furious. You keep quiet and focus on the road. All of a sudden, your passenger gives a seatbelt in front of him a thumb. Hey, stop right there, near. You slow down and pull over as soon as you can. Okay, I'm out. Hey, wait. Sorry about it. It's better to be this way, believe me. I just don't think Hervé could be the killer. It doesn't make sense. We're dying for a ciggy. Relieve the pressure. To calm your racing heart, you take a deep breath, then drive away. I hate that this guy keeps getting free money, you know, free rides, but... Ugh, alright, well, I kind of want to go pick up this dude. It's not... The thing is, though, not everyone's going to know. You know what I mean? That's just going to be for a laugh, and I don't think it's going to help us. I'm going to go pick up the girl with the babushka hat. Babushka. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Alright. I must speak with you. I absolutely... Oh, that sounds important. Yes. It better be important. Okay. Followed by a freezing... I don't like the expression she's giving me. Pass for a moment in rear view. She's wearing a rather unusual getup. You smile. Good evening. Nods before getting the taxi. A detail once over with a blank look. Where to? Doesn't seem to hear you and continues scanning every part of the cab. After a very long minute, she crosses and uncrosses her fingers. You sigh. You usually like weird passengers like her, the strange ones, but this one, there's something about her you don't like. Clears the throat loudly. I came too early. He'll be here soon. She has a very strong Eastern European accent. Russian, maybe. Well, judging by the hat, I'd say that's true. What are you talking about? Him. Feeling a line of dirty. Ew. Okay. Ludwig. Name may not ring a bell now, but soon. She stops. Oh, right, the ghost. Yeah. So what? We're sitting right here staring at his dead little eyes. Yeah, he did that in the last version. I'm a ghost hunter, sir. She enunciates each word and rolls off her tongue. Some creatures from the netherworld live among us, encrusting themselves under our lives like barnacles. She pauses, tongue sounds so rough, like oysters. The word is almost unintelligible with her accent. Ghosts are parasites, dead weight bearing down on our shoulders and back. Let her keep talking. Not gonna beat around the bush, sir. You need to keep two essential things in mind. Ludwig is evil incarnate. He is a tour guide from the underworld trying to sell you on your own death. Interesting. His cold fingers gripping on the edge of your window. I can feel it. I know it. They'll soon be here holding on just like this. Her words make less and less sense. She's going into a trance. You have two essential things to keep in mind, and that was the first. The second is that it's even more important. Do not make him angry. Listen to him. Help him. Make friends with him. And if I talk to this ghost, what will happen? He will take it with him to the underworld for all eternity. Her fingers adjust her collar. It's easy to think that Ludwig is a child. He's no child. He's a creature that has lived for centuries. A demon, dangerous, violent. She lays a hand on the door handle. Don't forget, make friends no matter what. Hey, you haven't paid. Fine, let her go. Cab walks away. Her steps resonate on the cobblestones. To a halt. She sits behind the wall. Okay. Sweat, fear, running in your veins. You open the window and let the icy cold Parisian air fill your cab. It's refreshing, perks you up. So that guy seemed really friendly, that little kid, that Ludwig guy. Do ghosts really exist? Isn't all that just... No, you turn the and get back to your shift. Again, I didn't make any money from that. It's just... Man, I gotta make bread, okay? I gotta make bread or I'm gonna end up dead. You guys know how it is. Alright, I've already taken him. I don't want to take him again. I like taking new people. So we haven't taken her yet. Is there anybody else? Oh, we can pick up the... I don't want to go too far and waste too much fuel. So we don't have a lot of fuel. We're going to have to fill up again soon. Alright. Père Lachasse, please. Oh, that's Jim. I thought it was a chick. She lit off the Place de l'Etoile. Client's pacing back and forth in a jazz club that's just closed. Releases his walking stick and hails your cab. Climbs to the cab straight away. Père Lachaise Cemetery, please. Northern. He kind of looks like Jim Morrison. Wait, his name is Jim. Sure. A drunk passenger. His getup reminds you of another night creature, a regular customer with a taste for young flesh, both men and women. Looks like they move in the same circles. Maybe we can get something on what's her name then. That's your musing short. Is everything okay? A little hungry, and you? Oh, I'm just off my break. What a pity. I would have asked you to share a little morsel with me. Are you perfectly sure? Tilts his head slightly to one side, a amused twinkle in his eye. Perhaps even hunger? Just a coffee then? Fine, then coffee it is. Do you know a quiet place where the food is good? Something seems to be holding you back. There's a steak place in Châtelet, open all night long. Excellent. Would you at least agree to having a drink with me? Sure. YOLO. Smile at any rate. Great. Dude, if we die, pull over. We better not die. I've ever gotten out and opened the door for you. Oh, this is no good, bro. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I don't like it. He sits down at the table and orders red meat from a typically Parisian sinister waiter. Then, with all-knowing smile, he turns to you. A beer, please, and for our friend and Abby, triple if you have it. What's your favorite kind of beer? How did he... Later, much later. The trip to Père Lachaise Cemetery goes by quickly. You pull up to the north entrance, and one of the heavy gate doors opens just as he said it would. Your passenger hands you the fare and generous tip, then slips you through the open gate. You idle by the entrance a few seconds longer, your head spinning with anecdotes. Robert Johnson, Janis Joplin, Amy Winehouse. Your passenger seems to have been personally acquainted with all those great 27 Club... Dude, that was Jim Morrison. That's Club 27, bro. They died at 27. You watch his silhouette as it advances into the depths of the cemetery, then decide it's time to go. €5 is a generous tip to you? It's Jim fucking Morrison. You think you can spare a little more than that? Oh, man. How we doing? This is the girl who talks about like a Plymouth in her vagina, and I'm not making that up. Something like that. Alright, well I gotta pick my next fare. Unless I should fill up. You know, I'm gonna fill up and get some info from the guy. You know what I mean? Like the guy at the, whatchamacallit. I'm gonna get some information from the guy. Because that usually does help. I have a lot more intel in this one. Oh, whoa, whoa, no, no, no! Just kidding! No, I didn't mean to do it! Aw, bro, did that just waste some time? I didn't mean to do that. Shit. We need to go right back in. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to click the cab. I was trying to fill it up. There you go, fill that shit. Hit that shit. Alright, full tank. Let's go and talk. I'll try and gamble. Sometimes gambling comes out and it's worth the, it's worth it. I wonder if you'll ever win that. I was wondering. Bring up the serial killer. Cash looks obviously excited. They got more intel. It's all you always get intel from them. Here we go. Alright, who else can we take? I want somebody who might give me information on the kid. Oh, no, 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 no. We'll take this guy. He's closer. I don't think I picked that guy up. His hair looks vaguely familiar. Alright. It's not airport. Oh, very straight to the point. Shinji. He's Japanese. Hey, Adnan. I'm in Canada. It's about noon right now. 12:30 for me. Got a cap in the suitcase, which must weigh 45 kilos. Oh, that's heavy. Get back in with your passenger, closing your heels. Doors slam shut. You turn the key in the ignition. Look up at your passenger. Charles de Gaulle, right? He nods and you start driving. It's still pretty early to be getting on a plane. He must be the type that likes to get there well ahead of time. Japanese, Chinese, you're not sure. His name is Japanese. Tourists always have such a magical image of Paris. There's almost no traffic. You're able to drive at a decent speed. Behind you in the rearview mirror, you can see the tip of the Eiffel Tower start to appear. Eiffel Tower! He smirks. Shinji. He still needs to believe he thinks it's ugly. You don't like it? Keep staring at you with an annoyed expression. He obviously doesn't understand. He speaks nothing but Japanese. Dose of exhaustion. I wish I could. I don't know what he's saying. Dude, I'm not gonna get jack shit. It makes the sound of a plane taking off. You think you may have recognized the name of the airport? Airport. He nods. I thought that was established. He turns away so vehemently. You understand he wants to be left in peace. You're mumbling to himself. Well, this guy, I didn't realize, only spoke Japanese. So I'm not going to be able to get any information out of him. Maybe he might tip me well, though. He's speaking a lot, but I don't speak it, bro. You like Paris? Alright, maybe I should just shut up. Things he hated. He's very cynical here, isn't he? Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, bro. If I could read Japanese, I would translate, but I can't do that. Man, he doesn't shut up. Versailles? Bursts out laughing. Man, this is just a waste of time. No, man, I wouldn't. Oh wait, it does do it with the camera. I forgot about that. Repeat. He nods. We are struggling here. We are lost in translation. Doesn't want to speak to you anymore. This one seems furious. Maybe he didn't like Paris. Maybe he prefers Tokyo. Smile. Well-dressed high schoolers, those Japanese mobsters. What are they called again? I wouldn't ask him. Wait, what are they called again? Japanese mobsters? That's the, oh geez, Dan, come on. Why am I having a hard time? They've named a goddamn game after it. Yakuza, thank you. Yes, the Yakuza. That's it. I'll leave him alone. You started your hospital stay. Black American soldier on the run, starts hanging out with some sort of bum who was a huge jazz fan. It was a singular movie, incredible, made a really impression on you. Title was, no, you can't remember the title, and how could you possibly describe it? Possible. What a shame you can't speak his language. Shame not to understand it, not be able to talk to him about it. You sigh. Maybe you'll have to learn Japanese. Bro, that's gonna be a tough one. Probably hard. Not the same alphabet, not the same letters. Then again, your parents could read in Arabic and write in French, so you could too. Later, you'll have time. And then here you are at the airport. A heap of ramps and tunnels brings you to the drop-off zone. Pull to a stop and your client wakes up. Notices the airport few taxis you don't fatigue. Starts talking peacefully in a soft voice. Man, he talks a lot. Shakes his head. Okay. With a twinge of shame. I don't know, he seems pretty pretentious, this dude. Let's try to get back in your car. Not very slowly. I do not understand. Me too. Head to toe. His voice is so monotone and completely void of emotion. What he just said. 19. He lost someone, his wife maybe. He looks upset. I saw that number 19. Come with someone. Well, you could understand him. When he bows when he straightens up, his eyes are misty. You don't know why, but he seems normal to reply. You're welcome. Walks away with the huge suitcase. Without looking back, the passenger goes in the airport. You start to realize the airport is waking up all around you. A woman who must be in a Viking, another pushing a floor wax across the tiles. What is the point of this drop-off? You get back in the taxi. You rub your freezing hands together to warm them up. A few seconds before driving off. It was not worth that much. I hate the ones that take forever and they're worth, like, not much money. Alright, guys, this is my last time. I've pretty much gathered everything I possibly can. So, I just gotta pick one last dude. And, of course, the guy in the weird suit is not here, so we're just gonna grab Earbud Boy. What's up, Madara? Back to the airport. That's a quick one. Why not? Oh, that's a woman. Sometimes you can't tell with the imagery. This back seat, dragging a backpack that apparently weighs a ton. Do you want to put that in the trunk? Shake a head. Thanks, but I'm going to have to get used to it keeping it with me. It's going to be in the back for an entire month. Oh, she's backpacking. Glad to reveal passenger is rather young. A camera runner next. Oh, so she's going around taking photos. That's cool. Clothes very worn. Where are you headed? Nancy lowers her eyes. I'm on my way to Greece to join an NGO research. Oh, that sounds cool. NGO? Association. It's to help migrants trying to make the crossing. And I'm going to do a story on them. Oh, you're a journalist. The first since you set off. Yeah, a photojournalist. They make the crossing even in winter? Make the crossing whenever they get a chance, regardless of time of the year or weather. The EU has just closed its surveillance and rescue problem. Only non-governmental associations are doing anything to help now. So I'm on my way. Well, that's nice. I volunteered, even made a fuss to get the assignment. My voice increasingly shrill. I read first-hand accounts. I talked to journalists who have worked on the subject. I can't just ignore the whole thing. She gives a short laugh. I played a video game about refugees. Beautifully done, really powerful. Which one was that? I knew I couldn't just sit back and watch. This is my chance to show the world what's going on there. Phone starts to ring. Oh, sorry, I call her name. Her face freezes. Troubled smile flicker across the face and takes the call. Hi, Dad. I'm in the cab, right? Yeah, I told you. I tried, but he wouldn't change his mind. Come on, Dad. I already told you I'll be fine. They wouldn't be sending me. There were... Move the phone a bit further. Come on, Dad. Stop. Dad. Listen, everything's going to be fine. I'll be there for 20 days with a group of professionals who have been doing this for years. That's right, a group of rescue professionals. Would you just stop? She sighs heavily. It's no use. She's been down this road 1,000 times. Once again, tunnel, mademoiselle. You're going to cut out. Except being surprised. Then her face lights up. Yeah, I have to go. I'll call you back as soon as I'm in interrupted again. That's right, I'll call back. Wide-eyed side. My parents, they can be a little much at times. She smiles. Anyhow, thanks for jumping in there. You can sense the tension, the wave of frustration, anxiety welling up inside of her. Her unhappiness and anxiety are palpable. She closed her eyes, collecting her thoughts, trying to dispel her negative emotions. If only I had a little time. Is there anything I can do? No, thank you, I'll be fine. You already got me out of that never-ending conversation. I was just thinking that I'd be able to do a little yoga. It really helps me relax. Amazing way to unwind, to calm down, and release tension. Must be a yoga room somewhere in the airport. I can pull over if you like. Not sure what to think. What do you mean? There's a gas station, a rest area for truck drivers. Won't be anyone in there right now. Alright, why not? There's no more talk for a few minutes. Past your glasses out the window every now and then. That seems a little sketchy, but whatever. Drive past the station, main building, trucks, then get to a small quiet rest area. A clearing lit up by your headlights and the moon suddenly appears. There's no one around. The air is cool. The young woman leans towards you. Is this the place? You nod. It's incredibly calm. It's we're in the middle of the woods. Your eyes taking every detail, every tree and bush. Do you come here often? Whenever I can. No, she understands. So quiet. Even in the middle of winter, it looks so peaceful. She reaches for the door handle. You won't leave without me, will you? Of course not. It's like happens to things at a picnic table. Wind is chilly and she shivers. She gives you one last look, then closes her eyes. You watch her doing yoga exercise. Her eyes remain closed. Her face gradually starts to relax. Truck behind you pulls out of the rest area. This place has a calming effect on you too. Some summer nights, you come here to take a nap. The woman is stretching now. The headlights cast soft shadows among the dark foliage. In the winter, you smoke a cigarette or two, waiting for potential clients to land. The young woman gets back in the cab. She says nothing. There's no need. You sense she's recovered her calm and she's ready to face the rest of her journey. I don't think that would work anywhere in North America. Just saying. You drive away, leaving behind the clearing, the rest area, the gas station. The young woman is sleeping. She doesn't look like it. She's blinking in her sleep. The road keeps pressing by, and before long, you're approaching the airport. A moment later, you turn down the radio. The song fades. I'll pull up over here. It'll be easy for you to get out of the cab. You get to the airport drop-off zone. A couple of colleagues greet you with a wave. A few bleak-looking passengers are struggling with huge suitcases and car trunks. A security guard sitting on the luggage cart smokes a cigarette, clearly exhausted. Your passenger pays the fare, collects things, but doesn't leave the cab. Thank you for getting me out of that horrible phone call. I love my parents, but they're suffocating. It could have gone on for hours, so thank you. I have to go now. I have the feeling my parents are going to call again. Might as well go in there when it's warm and I'm not a disturbance. Take good care of yourself. I will, promise. She gets out of the cabin with all her gear. Your eye follows her as she heads to the terminal. Airport doors close behind her. You sit there for a minute or two all by yourself. No one around. May as well head out as soon as possible. Alright, that's my last fare of the day. Now I'm guessing homegirl's gonna be like, so, who did you pick? Who the fuck are we going to arrest? Because I think it's got to be, I think like Grant is correct. I don't know who else it could be. It seems like very religious driven this one. Well, to be fair, Roxana, homeboy didn't enter my cab. So rent, food, cigarettes, company cuts. Wow, ooh, I lost a lot of money on that one. A lot of money. Ooh, that's brutal. All right, well, let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure we don't have any more information. I got as much as I can, and I honestly don't think there's anything else I can do. What did I get? I got something new from message on. I'm gonna try and point it towards Gilda. She seems pretty psychotic, right? Catholic and member of the Korean community in Paris. Okay. Difficult relationship with her dad, also working at the opera. Was hospitalized after her mother's death. Set designer. She was really short. So she's the shortest one on this list. And homeboy said that he saw someone 5'2", 5'3". 167 is about 5'5", so it's the closest one to that. Like, killer is less than 170. No one meets that description. Wait, why is that related to him? Killer is less than 1. No, he's not. He's 1.8. That doesn't make any sense. But Hervé gave me that. That's one more thing adding to Gilda. Victim 2 opened the door for the killer. Who is victim 2 though? That's the thing that's annoying. It won't let me look at who the victims were. Do you know what I mean? It only says gorgeous brave man. That's the fire station guy. But why? What does it say on the victim 1? Let's see. Is there anything about victim 1? Like anything written? Only one God. Crime scene 1. So victim 1 was very religious. Hero loved by everyone. Only one God. So what was he religious for though? Jonas, it can't be. The only one that lines up with this, if he said he saw, like, we don't know. Hervé, that's like, because that's from Hervé, correct? Yeah, it's from Hervé. Hervé's testimony. That the killer is, and he kept saying he, but it was dark. It could have been female. That's redundant. It's not Jonas. He's too tall. She doesn't make any sense. I don't think they're murderers. I think they're just a part of this weird cult. I don't think they actually kill anybody. I think they just sleep with them, and they have this fetish about it, you know? So he's got a few things himself, but I don't think he meets the criteria. We know it's not Pierrette. We know it's not her. Killer targeting political activists. That's one of the new ones, targeting political activists. Why would it be political activists? That has no reason. Apollonie doesn't give a shit about politics. She's not there. I don't believe Hervé would give a shit about politics. Jonas I don't think cares if they're politicians or not. Or whatever. But the thing is, political activists, my bad, activists. Now, political activists are probably, I just don't see why anybody else would have, the only one that really does fit is kind of Gilda, because like if they're a political activist saying this and that, she's going around being like, no, there's only one Lord and Savior, blah blah blah. And Jesus, and she said Jesus was like bringing her stuff around. The murders are rituals, apparently that comes to her, but I don't think they are. Where do we hear that? A cop said that murders are rituals. So would this be, that seems kind of ritualistic. Quite frankly, I feel like if Apollonie was the killer, there'd be teeth marks. It wouldn't be a slit throat. But it does say that there's no blood around, right? There's no blood at all. That's the thing. It's written on the walls instead. So they're trying to be like, well, maybe she sucked the blood out of them, right? She drank their blood. But I don't think that's possible. She isn't the fucking Chupacabra. Anyway, he watches you. Jesus, right? God, whatever. Only one God. Very religious. We don't have another. If I could see another writing on the third one, you know what I mean? Like if there was like a third one somewhere. Oh, here it is. Message on crime scene 3, lust. That is one of the 7 deadly sins, which is a sin, religious. There you go. Do we know anything else about the third victim? I'm gonna see if there's anything else we know about the third victim, because all I'm seeing is the lust message at the moment. Host refugees in her hotel. I don't know if there's anything to do with it, but let's see. I think it is Gilda. It just, even though there's not that much to her, it's just the God thing. Only one God. He watches you. That could be anybody, but I think she's referring to God / Jesus, whatever. It just, Jonas, I think he's a bit of a, loon, and he's like a bit of a conspiracy nut, but I don't think he would have killed people. I really don't. He was talking about it when you die, but I don't think he killed people. So I feel like he's out. Hervé, I don't get it. Hervé beat somebody up. You know, he's on the streets. This is out of his regard. He wouldn't write only one God. He's not religious. Hervé's out of the question. Apollonie, I don't think would kill anybody. I don't think anybody else makes sense but Gilda. I really do believe it's Gilda. So there's nothing else I can really say. Slit throat, words written in blood, blood missing. That is very much a, what do you call it? It's a, ritualistic, like they said, it's ritualistic. They put it under her, but why would she be a ritual? Like a vampire doesn't have a ritual where they like have like, you know, I don't understand that. They would just eat, a vampire would just suck the blood, kill someone that way. That's what they would do. It just doesn't make, no one else really makes sense. All signs point to Gilda. Seems a little psychotic. You know, I'm just gonna go through everything else though. The Moonflesh cult, not cunt, sorry, my bad. The cult doesn't really mean anything. I think it's just people who are enthusiasts of like vampires. Because there are people that do exist and they call themselves vampires. They actually wear fangs. Some people actually get like veneers put on to make them look like vampire fangs. But they're not actually killing anybody, because these people that she targets, I think she just sleeps with them. She likes young folk. You know what I mean? I think that's what she does. So I don't really think that's an issue. Couldn't save it. Klein of Belvedere. And Belvedere, but here's the thing. The Belvedere was this. That's why they're trying to point it to here, where she was often at the Belvedere herself. Hunting. But it says hunting. That doesn't mean hunting like killing somebody. That means she was like... I don't think she was killing anybody. The whole thought of like vampires is stupid. It just doesn't make any sense. So I'm not concerned. It's got to be Gilda. If they give us one more time, I mean, we can't look at anything anyway else. We have one more chance to look at everything. So I'll end the night. We're probably going to get a call because we're on to night 6. Night 6 is the last time we have, I think. And then we make our call. We have to make our pick, I'm pretty sure. No. No, that you're thinking of someone else, Leo. That was just that one guy we picked up. That was a different guy. That was the French farmer who shamed him on the internet. Because Hervé is a homeless guy. He doesn't have access to the internet. So, yeah, that wasn't it. He wasn't racist. Slept badly. Sometimes you can't see. Okay, I understand how that's even possible. Fragments of the dream are still lingering. Twin sisters were hitting you on you at the bar, but every time you mention your work, someone dropped a glass. They eventually got fed up and left. You got quickly up. Okay, and a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Night 6. Damn, I gotta piss again. I'm surprised I didn't get a phone call. I didn't think we'd be doing this for another night. I'll set my next route. Do we have any more? Because have you noticed we're not talking to, we've never talked to her. I gotta piss real bad. I'll be right back. Sorry, fam. Alright, plastifate. Let's do it. So right now, I really don't think the game is going to give us too many leads anymore. So we just got to kind of gamble. Because that looks like she's at her best. Mouth lolling open, eyes unfocused, out of breath. She looks like she's just been punched in the gut. Or like she saw a ghost. Oh, not Ludwig. I don't really care about him, to be honest. Yeah, there are a lot of clues pointing to Apollonie, but at the same time, would she slit a throat? You know what I mean? Like, she hunts young people, right? But that fire chief guy wasn't young. Right? That's the thing that's kind of putting me out. That fire chief guy was revered. He was a hero. He was, or whatever that, he wasn't that young, I don't think. Oh, the information that came from the newspaper. Shit, what was it, actually? Does anybody remember what the newspaper future, like, said? Like, that thing she left? That I forgot. Crap. I don't remember what Janet said to us. Here, we can probably find out. 1 second. Where's Janet? Where is it? Jean Noel. I didn't get anything out of him. He got out fast. Shit. Where is she? There's only one thing you could have got out of Shenji. To Carter. What's her name? Janet, right? Janet? Something down here? Janet, where you at, girl? Where the hell is she? I'm having trouble finding her. No. Man, I'm really struggling here. Where the hell is Janet? I know she's here. Damn, Dan, you're wasting time. I remember seeing her. Jim M. That's obviously Jim Morrison. No shit, Sherlock. That's funny how they do that. I love all the references they throw in. Is Janet not popping up? Because normally she does. I've already met Janet before. Janet's not here, guys. She's supposed to be popping up. 4th row. Oh, right there. How did I miss her? Janet gave you a... God damn it. She gave me a clue, but I don't remember what it is. Shit, I don't remember what it said. Why didn't I note it? You'd think it would put it in the thing, though. Anyway, whatever. She doesn't look at me once. Takes a deep breath. Okay, we're going there. Her voice is emotionless, more of a trickle than a voice coming out of a childish body. Sounds like she took a bit of energy she had to get those words out. Takes a photo of her bag, hesitates, starts swiping left to right to right to left. So is she on Tinder right now? She's completely absorbed. You think you can make out the reflection of a colorful mobile game in her glasses. Oh, well, she's candy crushing it. Oh, what did you find, Leo? It is broken occasionally by something that sounds like a hiccup or a repressed SOB or sob. At a red light, she raises her head and lowers it the second her gaze crosses yours in the rearview mirror. Something about her makes you feel like you've got something caught in your throat. Rough night? She looks up, surprised you broke into her bubble. Her gaze darkens a bit more. Yeah, you might say so. Bernice, her name is. She's not crying, not shaking, just the occasional spasm. A few seconds go by. You attempt to focus on the road, but despite both of your efforts, you pretend nothing is wrong. Her emotions evade the cap. Finally takes a plunge like she's jumping off a cliff. Can I talk to you? Still the same trickle of voice and great lengths to control it. I'm sorry, stupid. I think I need someone to talk to. I'm listening. Sorry to fight that. I didn't think that was it, though. I didn't think that was the hint. Wanted to take, or was it? Take away everything that was technological and started a fire. That doesn't really make, that's not really a hint, is it? Takes a deep breath. I need to say it out loud. You stay silent. You sense she needs you to be silent. Wait a minute. So wait a minute. So like extremists, are those? I'll have to, well, the file, there was no file on the desk, unfortunately, but anyway, so she needs you to be silent. A guy touched me in that bar. Oh shit. Her voice is twisted like nearly empty tube of toothpaste, tears collecting her eyes. Feel really heavy. Ouch. I mean, I know what she means. I'm not gonna ask her. Don't push. Her tone is slightly different, sounds more confident. Words out loud make her feel a bit more alive, like she wanted to be stronger. He came up behind and touched me way too much. Her voice breaks over the last few syllables. Silence in the cab absorbs everything, even the noise of traffic. Don't even hear the ambulance going by, lights flashing. I want to talk about it, but I also don't really know what to say. Say whatever comes to mind. Way too long to understand what's happening. Way too long, I don't get it, I was petrified. She looks about 30 years old, maybe, not far from 30. But you get the impression you're driving a little girl, just her innocence stolen. One minute I was standing there in the crowd. The Furiosa is like my second home. I always go there to hang out with friends because they all live in the neighborhood and our places are all too small. She takes a breath, you follow suit unconsciously. Everything was fine. There was a concert, I was happy. I'd had a bit to drink, but not too much. It was packed, but the music was sweet. It was a good night. I was having a good night. Another breath. You know what it's like when you're packed into a crowd like sardines? You don't really know who's touching you, but it's just the way crowds are. Sure. She lays her telephone on the seat and leans forward, elbows on her knees and head in her hands. Her backpack falls on the floor. She doesn't make the slightest move to pick it up. I didn't get it. Fuck, why didn't I get it? I didn't even react. Why didn't I react? Maybe it wasn't... No, I don't want to say that. Say nothing. That's Chris calling her heads in her hands. She says nothing, but you sense it's better to let her be. The road goes by, tears stream down. Something terrible is happening in the back, but you don't know what to do. Taxi pulls up to place to fit. She pays you, but continues to spasm. When she gets out of the cab with her backpack and overall, she gets the impression the little girl is walking away. It's alone a strange, unpleasant sensation. Something pulls from somewhere deep in your gut all the way up to the base of your neck. Then you feel like you were useless, incapable of sharing in her loneliness. You feel somehow responsible in spite of yourself. You sigh and drive off. There's nothing we could have done to help her? She was feeling terrible, very victimized. Okay, who's new here? She's new, not new. I've already picked this guy up. I can pick him up again. That's the guy with the... I actually want to know what Toupee Boy's got to say. What does that mean, though, I wonder? If that's the hint? All extremists, they wanted to take everything away that was technological and started a fire that lasts for days. Who's that talking about? Just a quick trip. A quick trip and we're going 14K? But it's worth 50 euros, so it's worth it. I remember this dude. So back, you recognize him. It's the guy from the other night who's the one who forgot his toupee. His face lights up when he recognizes you. His bald head is decorated by the dull glow of the street lamps. It's you! So pleased to happen upon you. As you might have guessed, I'm leaving Sonia's place. What a coincidence. He breaks out laughing. The other day you forgot your toupee. Yeah, I know. I realized the next day I got to school with a first-class hangover. You can imagine just how kind the seniors were, but it was too late. And Sonia, she likes me the way I am. It's wild, huh? His voice cuts off as if he were suddenly seized with a painful memory. He stays like that for a moment. When he begins speaking again, his voice is weak. The toupee, you still have it? Yep. Ah. You want it? So it hesitates, his eyes fixate on his reflection. He smiles. No, I have to do without it from now on. It's odd to run into you. I'm happy to see, but it's also oddly painful. He runs his tongue over his lips. Do me a favor and throw it out, actually. Burn it. It's only brought me pain and the source of so many problems. He smiles and sinks back into his seat, a blank look on his face. He's far away, lost in his own thoughts. You continue to drive in silence. Oh, the Matrix guy. You continue to drive in silence. He did mention religion, didn't he? As he pulls his wallet out, he leans over to you. I just wanted to say thank you. You've heard the phrase enough to know how to interpret its variations. There's the Parisian thank you, the courteous variation, the quick, hurried one, and then the long, forced one. Then there's that one that genuinely means thank you. That was the latter. Pastor gets out the cab. Your pastor gets out the cab. Okay, you hold this. Oh shit, he's gone again. That was a quick trip. Hold on, wait a minute. Where is he? I always miss him. I remember seeing him. I have such a bad like sight, you know, or vision. The fuck is it? See what I mean? I always lose it. I thought I saw it on the top. Oh, there he is. You saw Jean Noel. He was doing better. So I missed one. I wonder what it was. Whatever. Okay, back. Okay. So I've taken her before. But I don't have all the information. I don't think I've taken this guy. I want to start taking people I have never taken. So let's grab that guy. Man, this sucks. That piece of evidence, that clue, that person has the knowledge now. So what are they trying to say? That homeboy with the... This is a tougher one. But what did it say about... Do you remember in the beginning of the stream what it said on top of the list? I just want to ride around. Okay, whatever, Chantel. First instinct is prepare yourself for a fight. Something about the way she holds herself. Super wide shoulders, huge hands opening the door. This woman must be a champion weightlifter or something. She doesn't look like it, but whatever. Good evening. Not particularly surprised by her low voice, but there's something incredibly gentle about the way she looks at you. Could you please drive around the outer belt? Of course. Perfect, perfect. So in the back seat, you start driving. Taxi leaves its parking spot and starts up Den Avenue, down a boulevard. Not really a list, Leo. It's more so like at the beginning, it gives you a hint about what, you know, right when I'm about to click this episode or this version, it gives you like a hint, kind of like, not all is what it seems or something. I can't remember. I think it's like random. It gives you a description on the case. It's like random victims or random, I can't remember. But it says something about not being what it seems. So it would be at the beginning of the stream. After a few minutes of calm and silent driving, you get to the outer belt. You're probably wondering why I want you to do this, aren't you? Small yawn takes over her face. A bit. I can't sleep. A car ride is the only thing that soothes me, and I lost my license, thus you. Pretty straightforward, right? Smiles. That's interesting. Outer line belt, dashboard, your passenger blinks. I don't know if it's the lights, the way they're placed on the, or the back and forth between tunnels and bridges. Suspects have more motives than the first case. Yeah, I don't know what makes me. The outer belt puts me to sleep. What's up, Doc? Doc boy. Tonight, since I cleaned up most of my colleagues playing tarot, treating myself to a little. She smiles and all the while closing her eyes. Enormous woman on your backseat begins to snore. You smile and keep driving without so much as another word. By later, snoring subsides and gives way to bits of phrases. She's unaware she's mumbling. Watch out for the bird. Bigger than all the others. Who could have been a killer? Your pastor wakes up abruptly. Take me home. I'm ready for bed. Fall asleep again as you exit the belt and bring her home. In back, discreet, peaceful, hypnotic snoring. You shake your head and attempt to push away your own violent desire to sleep. No, it's not what I didn't mean the difficulty, I didn't mean, that's the difficulty setting. I mean, just hovering over it. It says something like what Wanlock said, the case is a little more tougher, suspects have more motives. That's what it said. You know, I can't sleep because I'm consumed with an idea. She opens her eyes. The world we live in, our current situation, it could all be taken care of if I took a gun and shot a pile of lead into our government. You can't believe your ears. Line them up against the wall one after another and bam, bam. 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 Miles' fingers reached out. Then I would sleep soundly. But only if our president, our government, only if they were all lying at the bottom of a mass grave. Damn. Unmarked, no gravestone, and total utter indifference. That's what scares them the most. Not leaving any mark behind. As slow as humanly possible, she hands you a bill. Thank you for everything. You were perfect. That was easy money. Without a word. It's like you were sleepwalking. Once she shuts the door to her building, you get back to your cab, just dying to sleep. Alright, well, we still have some time. We're not making much money. We definitely have the least amount of money in this run through. Okay, I've been trying to pick up this woman for a long time. Every time I do, something happens. Random victims, random motives, weird case, slightly more difficult. Okay, that's what it says. Alright, 43.87. Hi, honey, home, please. She's gonna give me some good money. Oh, wait, Jacques. Is this a man? What was your address? She's a regular. Wait, I thought her name was Jacques. Oh, Jackie. Okay, I thought it was Jacques. Everything okay? Oh, good. Known Jackie for years now. Friend of a friend, a rather well-liked prostitute in your old neighborhood. Elb Spring is going to be warmer than last year because I can't stand freezing my ass anymore. I'm working on in the Bois de Boulogne for 2 years now. Every now and then she shoots up to a ride home in a taxi. What's the latest news? You can tell Jackie anything, almost anything, that is. Is your back better? You smile. It's okay. Less convinced. That bastard really did you, didn't he? Can I ask you something, Jackie? She leans forward. Anything you want, honey? Tell her about Lieutenant Bousset, about your threats and your mission. You got screwed again, hun. You're too nice. She sucks her teeth. You and the cops, you're gonna have to go see someone or start banging one. Jackie. Okay, right, you're the boss. I'll ask around. Some of my clients might know something. Pause. You know what's coming. You're expecting it. But fair is fair. The next ride is free, okay? You're not selling, meet her eyes in the rear view. Well, anyway, I'll take care of yourself, okay? Give her a smile. You know me. So we could have had more info if I'd picked her up sooner. She would have kept an eye out on the street for her. Just wait to hear the latest, son. I had a very unusual visit last night. Hold on. No surprise, her voice hint of sarcasm. Very, very unusual. Not sure if I ever mentioned it, but there's this politician who comes around every now and then. It doesn't ring a bell lately. Your head has been elsewhere. A very powerful politician. Who is he? I really can't tell you about it. Then again, it's not exactly a state secret, is it? State? She gives you a smile. Well, here it is. I was just finishing up with a client when there was a knock on the door of my van. I looked out the back window, 2 guys well dressed, cop written all over their faces. I got my client to quietly exit with the way of the front door. She smiles as she recalls the scene. You should have seen Michelle climbing over the seats. There isn't much space in there, you know. And Michelle, well, Michelle is one big lump of kindness, a real sweetheart. So anyway, once he's off, I open the door. The two guys climb into the van and start looking around. Let her go on. The guys, they were built like tanks, you know. They started asking all kinds of questions. How long I've worked there, how my clients that night, the name of my pimp. I work alone, I tell them. I'm freelance, the startup nation and all that. She bursts out laughing. Those guys didn't think it was very funny. They asked me if I know. She stiffens. Well, you know who? I say that I do, of course. He's the Secretary of State, after all. Wink. But is he a client too? I tell him I couldn't say. We know he's one of your clients. That's why we're here to make sure you keep quiet. The guy gives me his card. He's with the police. In a very special unit, you know what I mean. Which one? Homeland Security, okay. Kind of secret, so yeah, Secret Service. She shrugs. I don't get flustered, just say okay. I couldn't care less about my clients' outside lives. Whether they're married, they have kids, they're CEOs, or working stiffs, I don't give a damn. I know people change, they do stupid things, they're born and they die. I know it better than anyone. That's what I tell them. And the two guys, they don't move a muscle, don't even bat an eyelid. Then the older of the two says, so can we count on you? While he's speaking, he starts pointing to my stuff in the van. Because all that stuff in there isn't exactly legal. I pretend to have no idea what he means. She heaves a sigh. You know, it's a pain in the ass. I've been working for 20 years now, almost 9 at the Bois. I know how things work. These guys intimidate you, grill you for information, don't pay when they want to get laid. All of the cops take advantage of us, whether local police, national police force, French FBI. She's staring at you. Laugh. Well, the shark turns right back to the street. You're not far from your destination now. You continue in silence the next few moments. What is he like, Sec of State? Well, she seems genuinely saddened. I don't pass judgment on the clients, you know, it's not a contest. She stopped short. Luckily for me, for that matter, the peal of laughter brightens the atmosphere. All I can say is that he's a world-class hypocrite. He's a client, a regular too, but when he was a member of the House, he voted against us. It's hard to imagine what goes on in their heads. So they are so removed from reality as if they were celebrities or something. She breaks off. The thing about him, however, he's a believer. A hypocrite and a believer. A politician. You pull up to Jackie's place, the engine's humming. Watch you close for a minute or two. You know, you and I, we can tell each other everything. Right, hun? Manager smiles, best you can. Of course. Truth is, she hands you the fare. You drive too slow. It's not the destination that counts, it's the journey. Not when you're going home. Oh, good night. Here's a smile gets out of the vehicle. Follow with your eye. Suddenly you feel a shooting pain in your side. Going escapes, you catch your breath, then you're on your way. She gave me good bread for that. Now, if I could take her again, it would be good because then she'd give me intel on what she hears, but that won't happen anymore, unfortunately, guys. So, unfortunately, I guess I could... I'm actually going to go... Whoa, yeah, I'm actually going to go to the gas station and try and learn something from Homeboy. That's my current goal. But here's the thing. If this is night 6, I think the first episode's a bit longer, or a bit shorter because of that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Mentioned knew the text from some of the taxi driver didn't recall Gilda. Yeah, I remember that. I wonder if that clue kind of throws me off, because like that whole thing from the future does make it seem like it's Homeboy, you know what I mean? Like it's the other guy, but I don't know, man. But yeah, like the simulation thing, it seems like it's him, but why would his name be the Angel of Death? It doesn't make any sense. Man, I don't win shit. I wonder if it's possible to win this. Let's see if he has anything more to say. This is crazy. Cut you up on your finger newspapers. You've seen how much the police suck. There's a new clue. I mean, you just get a new clue just for talking to these guys. Man, I don't know. I'm torn now. I originally thought it was going to be... Like, Gilda seems to always be in the conversation, though. Have you noticed that? She's always in the conversation. At all times. Alright, well, let's go pick her up. I'm not sure if we've ever... I don't think we've picked her up before. Sometimes something tickles your nose, a burnt smell. That burnt smell again. Oh, shit. Dude, it's her again. Janet. Yes. Give us more information. Like these days. She looks down, talks into her mouthpiece, talking to someone else. Blah, blah. Keep the connection steady. Stairs. I didn't get to finish telling you. Fascist in suits with tons of money and control of social media. In 2037, he decides to cleanse Europe, literally and figuratively. We got this one already, didn't we? Shit, I'm breaking up. I had to speak to someone else. Signal's unstable. Turns to you, her eyes are blinking. A coalition led by an Iranian president and a few African leaders managed to find a remedy, but it's too late. Human race has been almost entirely decimated. She looks at you. They sent me to look for more information on Hyoga, but also the other people that you may have met. Does Sean Jackson sound familiar? He went to mime school. Yeah, we met that dude in the last run through the game. She smiles coldly. I know what you're thinking, but I'm serious. Shakes her head. Tragically serious. Snaps her fingers. Annabelle Robert, a photojournalist. Yeah, we met her. Her reporting will... What? Reveal the existence of underground labs. Okay. She absolutely must go to Syria. Life depends on it. She mentioned that girl before. We never picked up... In the last run through, she mentioned that girl. We never picked her up in that last one. In this one, we did. Let's pick up a secret station. No physical contact. You will not get a second chance. See behind you, suddenly empty. The woman's gone. Radio stops. Next time, silence takes its place. I wonder if you were dreaming. So that gave me some form of intel, I think. And it tripped me out. Every time, bro, it trips me up. Alright, she's gonna give me 24 euros. Your cab is exhausted, voice is thick, her eyes half closed, moments jerky. Looks like she's got a Christmas sweater on. Name tag is pinned to her jacket. She gets her address wrong twice and makes a brief but polite apology. Start the cab and leave the hospital parking lot. So you clear her throat. Hard night. Doesn't answer. Turn around past her, staring outside, shivering. Try to heat a little and continue on your way. Streets pass by. It's as if you were alone in the world, not a soul in Paris. In the rearview mirror, the young woman starts twitching slightly as if already dreaming. What could she be dreaming about? You're nearing the address she gave. The minute you park, she opens her eyes and jolts awake. I was not sleeping. We're here. Takes her a second to realize where she is. Her shift is over the cab. Oh gosh, sorry. Pays the fare and despite her fatigue manages to smile. Sorry. Go get some rest. Gives you a faint smile. Thanks for the advice. Can't decide whether the remark is cutting or sincere. She blinks hard and is getting ready to leave the cab when she suddenly whispers, feels like I'm already dead. Whoa. An Algerian song plays. She stays put for a minute without speaking. The cab doors open but just a crack. Didn't even hear the familiar click of the mechanism. Cold night air is seeping into the cab. Her eyes are riveted to her knees. I killed a patient tonight. Ooh, why? What happened? By accident. She gets out all at once and says good night. Your eyes follow her. She enters the building. You sit there for another minute until the light in the lobby automatically switches off. That was a quick and easy bank. That's the end of our night. We don't have that much money though. Look how hard it is to make money in this one. It is difficult. So would it be Berenice? It's probably Berenice, not Bernice. Who's doing better? I lost a lot of money. What's my total? Ooh. Oh man, I got like no money. Bro, I'm gonna be broke. I'm broke, ninja. I'm broke. Update your board. A bus goes by. Okay, what do we have? What did we just add? We talked to a dude, right? We talked to... Okay. Victims... Here we go. Hold on. Victims let the killer in. Must look inoffensive. And that's pointed to Gilda. Honestly, that we just learned from the gas station guy. And we're getting a ton of information now. Inoffensive. She would be alarming because she's got like that era. He looks a little scary. I don't know why it says he's linked to the less than 1.7 meters. He's not. Bro, I don't think it's anybody but Gilda. I just, it can't. Lust, that's a sin, right? Client of Belvedere. Killer targeting political activist break-in. Victim one, gorgeous, brave man. What mess? But he was religious, we know that. Left spare key under the doormat. This apparently, I don't know. Could save everyone. He's got guilt. Client of Belvedere. See, I don't understand why he would kill the first guy. Doesn't make sense. Hotel refugees in her hotel. Host refugees in her hotel. Lust. Yeah, see, these don't really matter. They don't have links. But people knew the killer. Do you know what I mean? Like, some people knew them. Let the killer in. Like, where was it again? Jonas believes. I mean, that just makes sense. It was the wrong religion for her. It's got to be Gilda. I wish we could pick her up too, but that's how we know I think you can only pick up Hervé more than once. Everyone else you only pick up one time, because I haven't seen them again. Hervé we picked up. That's why I don't think it's Hervé. We've known him forever. Why would he all of a sudden kill somebody now? It doesn't make sense. That's why we can scrap him off the list. Now I don't think it's Apollonie at all. There is a thought that it might be Jonas, but I don't think it is either. I think he's too tall. There's too much notice that because he is taller than 1.8. The cop says he's less than 1. It's close, but he's not. She is shorter. He looks more scary. If you were to like open the door, you wouldn't let him in, right? Victims let the killer in, must look inoffensive. It's got to be her, bro. I really don't think this game could spell it out anymore. Moment of truth. I think I'm gonna pick Gilda. Hi. Ice cold. So. There's no background noise. Must be at the station. Where are you? I'm none of your goddamn business, bro. I like clicking the teacup because blah 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 blah. Glance, stomach's not. I'll remind you, you cannot get this wrong. I have a meeting. I really hope it's correct. Even the Minister of Interior. All right. Obviously, I'm thrilled. Oh, but I certainly don't want to put too much pressure on you. I'm here, smirk. Blah blah blah. Now I've got to decide, bro. So I really don't think I need to go over this anymore. She's hunting young people. Don't think that matters. I don't think she's in. She's out. She's gone. Hervé does not make sense. He said he saw the victim. Hervé, it just can't. I just don't see how it's Hervé. He's out. The only thing is here's the thing. Here's the thing. She came from the future. Yes. She was talking about the future. So Jonas could be right. Jonas could be right. Maybe it is a sim. But that has nothing to do with the murders. He's probably right, and that's probably the game trying to throw you off a little bit and be like, hey, do you think this guy's actually going around killing somebody? No, this man is about trying to expose the truth and like, you know, it didn't really say he was against technology. Last time, though, here's the thing. Last time, we thought that, I originally didn't think it. They literally said the weapon was used in the 70s. And literally everything pointed away from our boy, I can't remember his name now. You know, the ex-cop who was retired. But that one detail of having a 70s rare pistol that only our boy had, our ex-cop had, and how all of them were criminals, it made more sense. Even though we only had 3 little ticks, it made sense in the end. Gilda, if we didn't stop by those gas stations, we wouldn't have found out that the killer looked inoffensive because everyone let her in, right? So she came in and she killed them because Jesus told her to. That's what she said. And the fact that the message says only one God, and the fact that our victim 1 was very religious, probably not Christian, she probably thought it was her thing to shut him up because he was following a different religion and a different God. So therefore, Gilda thought that Jesus told her to kill him because it was the wrong God. She wrote that. Homeboy at number 3, lust, one of the 7 deadly sins. It's a sin. Lust is a sin. Boom, that's religious. Victim 4, I don't really understand how this works. The 4th victim hosted refugees. It's not really pertinent to the situation. However, we did talk about refugees with that one girl in the cab who was going to Syria. Remember, you had to go to the Syrian refugees? You remember that? And she was like, you know, she had the earbuds in and she had to, I don't know. I'm just trying to go through it. And honestly, the only thing is the fact that the victims let the killer in. Why would they let Jonas in? I wouldn't let him in. If I saw him, I would be like, yeah, come right in, bro, and explain your theory on, you know. But here's the thing. She was known in the Korean community, and she was Catholic. So maybe those people knew her from those things. I'm honestly thinking I'm gonna go and confirm Gilda on this one. Why? How? The evidence, your sources. She listens without saying a word. Stop talking, catch your breath. Okay. I'll buy it. Seems like a solid choice. I can fish around a bit to vet your information. Gnomes here are nodding. I'll call you tonight. Try to get some sleep. Might be your last night of freedom. I wish you could retry it, you know? Sleep kill time. We'll see what happens. I'm a little nervous, to be honest. I'm still a little... There's like doubts with each choice. I feel there's some sort of doubt. But most of my confidence is with her. There's some doubt, but there's not much. She did mention the catacombs. Remember in the cab? Second later, you're asleep. Let's see what happens, man. I'm nervous. Fucking nervous. You had one hard night, restless. Alright, blah, blah, blah. Get up quickly. Alright, night 7. Dude, I don't want to bother bringing anybody. There you go. There we go. Let's see what happens. Get in. You obey, it's too early. Still's in, flash a smile. You're right, or at least the DA thinks your evidence is sufficient. Okay, so far they agree with me that it's her, but there's no 100% guarantee until she admits it. So we'll find out. Going to get that crazy lady tonight. Leans to one side, look away for a minute. So I'm basically looking for connections that we didn't understand it. So if she agrees with us, then we just gotta confirm it somehow. Maybe she'll try and kill me. I don't know. About an hour or two, we're going to get her to leave her place, and you will pick her up. What? She pulls some kind of pen out of her pocket. Yeah, we already know this is what's happening. This is a bug. You need a confession. If you feel like it, you think you can manage. I've seen you and heard you enough to know that you have a trick. All right, let's go. Yeah, the Angel of Death, man. It seems so religious. The name alone seems religious. You know what I mean? Like, remember the other guy? He was married. He was divorced from a judge, so he became the judge. You know what I mean? It worked out. It like linked in, and he doesn't make sense though. He doesn't fit into the theme. I think we'll get the confession. I don't think the game is that complicated though. Bring her to the meeting point and hand her over. She sighs. 2 teens walk by the cab. Remember, I'll tell you when I get the achievement. If there's an achievement for finding out who each of the killers are. So if I get it, that's how we know. Understood. Don't worry about it. Just yes, let's do it. I'm off. All right, so I've got to do a quick. What I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna bother picking somebody up because I think it's just gonna delay the inevitable. Shit. Nice, about to begin. All right, well, here's what we're gonna do. I don't need anything. I don't have any money. I'll be doing 1 delivery, and then I'll have to pick her up. So it's like, do I want to do? Screw it. We'll do 1. While we're waiting, I'm gonna clean my glasses. Driving me crazy. I mean, might as well unlock some stuff, right? He's not far. Recognize. Oh, you never watch television. Rarely listen to the radio. You don't read the newspaper. You know Francois de la Nere's face. Polemicist, novelist, columnist, politician too, you think. Passenger distractedly gives you his address. You start driving. I'm telling you, frankly, some people could really use a slap in the face. Everything all right? Of course everything's fine. Everything's just fine. Just fine. No problem at all. Pauses. You'll see what I mean. Tonight I was invited over for dinner by a good friend who works in television. Her 12-year-old son dined with us. First of all, if I may, is it really necessary to have children at the same table? But I digress. All evening the young fellow, the child. Now I say child, but his nose was already peppered with preteen pimples, and he had a pathetic patch of peach fuzz above his upper lip. Anyway, the child spent the entire evening with his eyes glued to a tiny screen with buttons on each side. Buttons on each side. A phone? He puts his fingers in front of his face like he's trying to swat an invisible fly. It's of no matter. I mean, it was a video game, but maybe I was thinking of the phone because, like, you got the buttons on each side. You know, I'd ask a single question. I'll answer a single question. He didn't even ask me how the launch of my latest book, France and Submission, was going. Not a thing. What's more, he was sitting right next to me, of course. But your pastor's full rant mode. He spent the whole evening on that damn video game. What a moron. What generation of morons? He said, oh, shut up, you fucking old bitch. He started writing in his notebook, mumbling all the while a few words reach here. Consumer society, life of leisure, pleasure, self-centered. And they stretch for... Okay, I'd be like, okay, boomer, and just drop him off right here. You know? What are they getting comfortable for? I ask you this. Want these superheroes, muscle-bound warriors, princesses, Chinese ninjas? Okay. He pauses. That's just it. I'm going to love it. Man, this guy's boring me. I hate the delay. I just want to get this done. Too strong. France will become an overgrown field of idiots. Good for nothings. Capable of nothing other than pushing buttons. I'm led to believe there are a finite number of neurons, of brain cells. Not only in each man's brain, but on the whole planet. And that is gray gold, if you will, is being wasted on wireless screens, tablets. Mill of idiotic children. Factory of degenerates. Designer of morons. Your passenger suddenly stops writing. Tell me, my friend. Your hands clench the steering wheel. What do they call that game again? The one with the colored blocks? Tetris? Don't worry, I've got it. It says in space again. I mean, simply colored blocks you had to line up and put together. Made the lines. Yeah, that's Tetris. I never cared for the Soviets, but I must admit they outdid themselves. The Soviets didn't make that. What are you talking about, bro? Anyway, I stopped playing right before I wrote my book. I'm a monarchist. What of it? It sounds like a douchey name. Yeah, ejectocito, cuz. I love that. Crowds were incredible, and of course, I never had to dine right next to P-Brain Sun. Dude, you sound like an asshole. That game still exists. Seems interesting. He slowly fixes his hair and puts on an exasperated look. Doesn't get what you're saying. What do you mean still exists? Of course it still exists. I'm sure their entire library is dedicated to the asinine video game, so they're not. You can get the game on your phone. What do you mean on my phone? Pull up in front of his door. I think this game is available as a cellular phone application? Yes. Takes a long pause. Interesting, I'll have to look into that. Yeah, some in-depth research like it did when I wrote... Sorry. Like it, I did. I don't know, I think it's a typo. When I wrote that wonderful book on the Papuans. It's amazing how much information you can find on the internet without actually having to go to New Guinea. Oh, Papua New Guinea, yeah, he pauses. Or was it Papua New Guinea? Who knows? Papua New Guinea. I'm getting out of the car, he trips and catches himself barely. That's embarrassing. He slowly stands up, checks to make sure no one saw him, and walks towards the entrance. We saw. Get out of my fucking cab, bro. There she is. Signed, sealed, delivered. She's mine. Let's go. Man, this is it. This is it. I'm a little scared. I have to get to the Bastille. It's an emergency. Man, if we are wrong, I don't see why we would be. It's just nothing else fits. You hear it? Because it only said slightly more difficult. Anyway, your heart starts beating wildly. You glance at the bug. All right. There she is. Good evening, sir. Her squeaky, high-pitched voice gives you the shivers. You start having doubts. Fire always slip of a girl, a killer. You think she is, and you have to be careful. Having a good evening? Not really. I was going to bed when I got a call from work. Her delicate features grow dark for a brief instant. To the opera, right? She freezes. How'd you know that? I think you got the info from dispatch. Well, let me handle this. Doesn't speak to you. Her expression is harsh. Yeah, maybe. I didn't get my destination when I ordered the taxi. Oh, shit. I thought we talked to her. No, we talked to her about it. We've already taken her. She said she was working there. Then Garnier Opera House it is. Very well. Now start driving. But dude, we've already... We took you. You told me what you did for work. You don't remember me? Looks outside, starts to become syrupy. I almost never see Paris this late at night. I prefer to work during the day, although for the scenery crew it makes no difference. There's a sense. Possibly listening to the voice. Yes. She smiles. More of a smirk, really. A mechanical fake. Your hands tighten around the steering wheel. Maybe that's to keep her talking as long as possible. She doesn't realize you're not quite going to the Bastille. Well, we can sense when the sun is set, when something's not quite right. You working there long? For a few years, yes, my father still works there. We build sets together. That must be incredible. As with any job, there are good times and bad. Remember Bousset's instructions. Buy yourself time. Buy yourself time. In some ways, I feel privileged. What? Suddenly move in an odd, jerking manner. Her eyes bore into you. Bousset? La Ang de l'amour. Guys, we just got the achievement. She is it. She has to be. You feel your breath catch in your throat. She watches you. Who are you? Who is Bousset? Something in the air shifts in the moment right before a knife appears in her hand. You've spent enough time investigating her to know it's the murder weapon. The scar on your thigh begins to burn. You start calculating the rest of the trip at lightning speed. You're not far now. If you manage to keep the discussion going, you might just make it out alive. Answer me. Who is Bousset? Shit. How do I answer? Do I be honest with her and stay alive? Look at that intense face. She's about to kill me. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I don't even know what to say. It's intense, this music. What are you talking about? Jesus told me Bousset is listening to us. Who is Bousset? Who is Bousset? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Now, why are you lying to me? Uh-oh. She freezes. You just bought another precious second. Why? Jesus knows everything. He knows you're lying. Well, how the fuck does she know that? There's no reason to be scared, you know? If I kill you, it'll be painless. Jesus, oh my God. Where no one ever suffers. You promised me. It's got on your side. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. No, I don't know what he said. She recoils. You're the guy I saw that night. Jesus killed that actress. Saw? I had to defend myself. I panicked. Jesus was so angry with me. Wait. She lifts her head and listens to your imaginary friend. You calculate the remaining trip time. You'll be there soon, yes. Do they know about Jesus? No. I'm gonna whisper. They can't find out. They think I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. Do you understand? You nod. Ouch. She leans forward roughly. Her voice changes again. She starts talking to Jesus. Stop shouting. I can't even hear what I'm saying. Give me 1 second. No, I don't want to listen to you. I want. She turns to you and the words pour out of her. Sometimes he asks me to do things I don't really get. At first I found it weird that Jesus hates people so much. Then I found out just how horrible people really are. Monsters. Just a few more meters. So I followed the orders he gave me. He told me exactly what to do step by step. I knew it. He told me to get the key out of the mailbox. There was a key in the mailbox. He told me where to hide in the shadows and which door hadn't been properly closed. He told me which tendon on the ankle to cut so they couldn't run away. Where to slice so the blood wouldn't run and not spatter. You made it. Her voice resonates in your ears. He even told me what I needed to leave behind so the police would never find me. Cigarettes, hair. Every night I felt peaceful, incredible. What a wonderful feeling. It's so great to feel useful. When I went to bed that night, I felt so incredibly peaceful. So of course I agreed to follow him. Jesus, yes, Jesus. I followed Jesus and the very moment you turn the street where the cops are waiting. Headlights come on. The harsh lights flood the facade of an old black church. Your passenger yelps in surprise in the backseat. You hear the knife fall to the floor somewhere between the seats. You brake hard. I'd get the fuck out. Back door opens, letting a rushing of icy cold air in the cab. Turn around and see your passenger. She's running. Climbing up the steps of the church, you hear her calling for help. Suddenly she trips and falls, flopping awkwardly on like a rag doll. She's not dead. Takes a second for you to hear the cops guns. You see the blood and oh shit, they shot her, bro. They shot the shit out of her. Nicely done for what it's worth. Sound of Bousset's voice kind of makes you want to grind your teeth. That chick was so far off our radar we never would have suspected her. She's been in your text for several minutes now. These are her first words. I'm not gonna lie, this ended up much better than expected. Much, much better. You keep yourself from looking outside towards the church. Good investigation work. Thanks. I'll smirk at you. You sound like a real asshole when you talk like that. Listen, we have your statement, we have your number, we have the recording. I don't think we need you anymore. If you could just lay low for a few days, things will settle a bit. She waves her hand around and seems irritated. There's bound to be some nitwit in the squad who will blabber about how you helped us. Journalists might want to ask some questions. Not a word to anyone, you hear me? You feel her disapproving gaze upon you. She knows you saw a cop take the knife out of your car. She knows you saw the same cop slide the knife into the killer's hand. She knows you saw the forensic team photograph the body after that happened. Not before. Why did you shoot? You know very well she was armed. You sigh. That's not true. The knife was still in my cab. She's mocking you. Are you really going to get on my ass because we took down a murderer? I want to understand. She could have gotten help. Yeah, she wasn't well, man. No, she wouldn't have gotten help. She started making like a revelation. Should have been judgmentally unfit to sit trial, put into an institution, never really been punished. What about now? When will she be judged? fuck cares? She's dead. We have her confession. We canvassed her apartment, and among the hundreds of Jesus statuettes and various items stolen from her victims, we found enough proof to close the case. Why'd you need me then, bro? Her face relaxes. I just saved the French Justice Department €500,000. Hey, you're welcome. Right now, it'd be best if you went to the hell away, okay? You nod, overjoyed not to have seen your face anymore. A second later, Bousset is in the street, walking toward her colleagues with what seems like a skip in her step. Your head hurts, like something pounding on her temples or someone. She seemed like she was fighting it, like she had that schizophrenia where she was hearing somebody tell her what to do. You know what I mean? That is I don't think the person in her really wanted to do this harm, but she was so scared of that other personality that she was doing everything, right? Start your cab and leave the street. Look at the church. Why not? Killed his body under a blanket. They're still photographing the scene. Flashes flood the steps. The church disappears quickly, as does the street in Paris. There you go. Grant got 2 for 2, and there's only one more case left, and we'll see if he's 3 for 3. Really, just go with Grant. Just do what Grant says, and just go with it. Sun's about to come up. We have our epilogue now, guys. You drove all night long and opened your window up. You're so tired, your chest is tight, and your eyes are heavy, but you can't stop. Not now. You're going to run out of gas soon. Nice, yeah, we know where we are. They didn't mention the cat this time. Get your phone and dial a number. It doesn't ring direct to voicemail. After the beep. Hey, I wanted to. You catch your breath. When Nate told me she'd held onto your phone, just hear the sound of your voice. Thought it was stupid. But now, so slowly. Yeah, we've already seen all this. Who seems alien to you? Thanks. We'll change the ending up, okay? Who knows? Spoke to your brother in years. Well, in a manner of speaking, you grin. I'm good. I mean, I guess so. It's strange to hear your voice.
Wu-Tang Bow!
Jordan, thanks for the sub. You pause. The truck flies by just meters from you. I thought when it was all over, I thought I'd be able to get some decent sleep. Close my eyes and sleep. Really sleep, finally. Sleeping is just a break. It doesn't put an end to it. It all starts up again as soon as that voice cuts you off. You've reached the maximum. You hang up your phone feels heavy. What should you do now? There's a broken fence in front of you. Okay. Yeah. Why not call it? That's a new option. Call the chef. What about the other girl who left her number? Let's call the chef. Started thinking about your discussion. Biggs almost immediately. Hello. The commotion in the market. It's Hussein. She seems surprised. How are you? Is this a good time? Yes, I'm at the Rungus market. Be frank. I'd like to see you again. You hear a giggle on the other line. Maybe just imagined it. Noon, my place. You still have the address? Yes. Good, I'll see you then. About to hang up when she stops you. Wait. What? Do you like fish? You grin. Yeah. Good. She hangs up. There you go. That's an interesting step, ladies and gentlemen. Retrace your steps. Next gas station can't be much further. You slowly turn the key in the ignition. There's got to be something for you out there. So it all ends the same way. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 2 for 2. The Angel of Death is found. We did it 15 minutes faster than we did the Judge. But to be fair, we mucked around a lot more. There's only one more left to go. As you can see on night 6, though, they give you the option to accuse someone else. So it saves it right before you make your accusation. So if we got it wrong, we'd be able to reload it anyway. So only one more to go. And if you look at it, it is the apparently toughest one. But it honestly was pretty clear. You just got to make the right calls. The first one, I didn't have anything at all. It was kind of brutal. Sandman is all that's left. And we're going to finish up this game with a bang, hopefully. I did really enjoy that one a lot more than the first one. But again, I find that driving around is kind of tiresome, like just talking to all these people. My voice gets really exhausted, but it's part of the game. It's still fun to have some of these encounters, so I'm not complaining too much. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for today's stream. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. If you did, don't forget to slap like on the stream. It helps out immensely. And comment down below what you liked about this one or didn't like. Shout it out. What you think of the game? Let me know. Tomorrow, we'll be back, and we'll finish up the Sandman case, the very last one before the weekend, and we'll go out with a proper bang. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow. So thank you again, guys. Take care. Have a fantastic day. Also, forgot to mention the finale for The Last of Us Part 2. I uploaded this morning, so check that out if you want. Last and final part, and we are done with that one. I finished that game like on Friday last week, but it's been a while. It took me a while to get all the videos out. So anyway, you can check that out if you want. Anyway, thanks a lot, guys, and I hope I see you in tomorrow's stream. All right, have a good one, guys.